Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I am, as mentioned, I am Professor Sally M. Lopez, but sometimes they also call me Teacher Sally because I also handle small children. Um, yes. I will just share my screen. Good morning. So today we will be discussing all about best practices in promoting and implementing conducive learning environment for students with learning disabilities. For my discussion for today, I will actually be the one who would be introducing to you the whole topic for our 3-day session, which first we will discuss about practices for us to be able to understand more about learning disabilities and also for us to understand what do we mean by conducive learning environment. I would like to thank SEAMEO SEN for giving me this opportunity so that I would be able to share all my experience in teaching children with special needs. So I will be moving on to our discussion for today. Just some important icons to look for. So basically, when you see this icon, the bubbles icon, please that means that you have to be able to I will be asking you to chat your answer, and so that we will all be interacting, and I hope that everyone will participate in all of our activities for today. So for the first two sessions or for the first two slots that I will be doing, I will only be asking you to chat your answers, or maybe if we still have time, you can also share your own experiences later. If you see the one with note and a pencil, those are things that you're supposed to remember. Maybe these are things also that you can take note of, and maybe there's are things po that we can also discuss further. These are some of the ideas that I would like to share with you if you see the bulb icon. So these are things that you can, ideas that hopefully I can share with you and you can also use inside your own classrooms. I will also be asking you to use the reaction buttons to participate further. And if you are not familiar with the reaction buttons, if you are new in using Zoom, you can see it in your icons bar. All the reaction buttons are on your reactions bar, and you can see the reactions. Updated versions of Zoom also have a check for yes and an X for no. If you're not using the updated version of Zoom, that's okay, because we still have other things to use in our activities for later. So are we all ready to discuss our first topic? Can you chat R for yes if you are ready? Let's just practice. Please chat letter R if you are all ready for our discussion for today. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. And I hope that you would learn a lot from this session, and then also you will also learn a lot more tomorrow and on Thursday. Today, I will be discussing more about the definition, our roles as educators. I will also be discussing needs assessment, and I will be focusing more on the academic side of learning disabilities because I know handling behaviors and making behavioral plans will be addressed tomorrow and um on Thursday. Thursday, sorry. On Thursday they will be handling more about behavior. Tomorrow they will handling more about classroom management. So for today, it's really more just about academics. So I want to know also, how are you feeling right now? Can you check your reaction icons? If you're feeling happy, please click on the heart icon. If you're feeling excited for today, please click the wow icon. And then if you're feeling okay, the thumbs up icon. You can also use other icons. And if you're feeling awesome, you can also use the yes. Thank you. So we are all feeling good today. There you go. Thank you, everyone. So, this is what we are going to learn while everyone is still clicking their feelings for today. Here is what we will learn for today. So for 9:30 to 10:30, we will be learning more about fundamentals of the training, what is learning disabilities, what makes a conducive learning environment, and then we will have a very short break by 10:30 to 10:45, and then 10:45 to 1 p.m. we will be discussing roles of the educator in the inclusive classroom. But basically, I will also be discussing about inclusion, educational placements, and I will also be introducing already the needs assessment. So you will have a lunch break at 1 to 2 p.m. for the day. And then when you come back at 2 o'clock, you will come back to the plenary. So we will all be still be together for 2 to 2:15 so that I can give you the instructions for the brainstorming and then our workshop for this afternoon. So basically for our workshop, we will just read some cases of students so that we would understand more about the LD brain. And then you will be performing a needs assessment and initial planning for a student with learning disabilities. So how are you familiar with our topic for today? I would just like to know, are you familiar with our topic for today? Please chat 5 if yes, you are very familiar. And please chat 1 if you're not really. This topic is new for me. Chat 3 if you are, I am quite familiar with the topic. 4 if you're in between quite familiar and very familiar. 2 if you're in between this is new and quite familiar. So I can see that our answers are more two threes and fours. So there are a few fives, which is good. So we have two threes and fours. So a little familiar and up until familiar. So okay. So I hope I can add more to your knowledge about learning disabilities for those um, who answered 1, 2, 3. I hope I can increase your information or your knowledge about learning disabilities to 4 and 5 at the end of our session. So for those who are already at number 5, maybe later for our workshop and our brainstorming, you can share experiences, your own experiences working with students with learning disabilities. So let's move on to the next question for today. Let's have A, B, C, D, or E. So have you handled students with learning disabilities? So that we just know the baseline of our participants for today. So please chat the letter that corresponds to your answer. If it yes, I have students with LD in an inclusive classroom. B, I have students with LD in a special class or you're in a special school. Letter C, I have students with LD in a home or center setting. Letter D, yes, I have students who may have LD, but they are not yet diagnosed. So these are the students you think might have learning disabilities, but they are not yet diagnosed. So letter E, no, I do not have students with LD, but I do handle students with special needs. Maybe you're handling students with autism, ADHD, intellectual disabilities, or maybe visual impairment and hearing impairment. So our audience for today is more B. Yes, I have students with LD in a special class or in a special school. Very good. Thank you. Okay. We have A, B, A's and B's. A few letter E, and a few letter C and D. Okay. So I will take note of that also as I discuss. So I think it's because we are familiar with the term learning disabilities, it is also good that we can also share our experiences as we go along our discussion. So let's start with the first slot of our discussion. So this is 9:30 to 10:30. We will be discussing definition of terms. For some of us, this may be just review. And it's also good that this is based on the DSM-5, which is the latest definition for learning disabilities. So we'll also be discussing conducive environment for this lot as well. So let's move on to the fundamentals of our training. Let's discuss learning disabilities and conducive learning environment. I will skip that one. So basically for today, we will be discussing definition of learning disabilities, the specific learning disorder, and learning disabilities. So today, there are actually three kinds of definitions for learning disabilities. It can be defined in three ways. It can be defined as a medical term, it can be defined as a practical term, and it can also be defined with using legal terms. So for today, we will just focus on the medical and the practical terms. We will be discussing the medical definition since for us to be able to handle students with learning disabilities, I know in our country, in the Philippines, um, developmental pediatricians or doctors who specialize in developmental areas, they are the ones who diagnose or give the diagnosis of learning disabilities to students. And then they refer to us whether SPED teachers work in a school or we work in a center. So basically, we get a formal diagnosis from a doctor. But some of our students also, some of them still do, we still have students who have no formal diagnosis because we refer them to a doctor. So that's why we still have to discuss the medical term of learning disabilities or how it is defined in medical terms so that we would also be familiar when we get in our practice in the Philippines, we usually get a report from a doctor stating that the student that we will be handling has learning disabilities. So in essence, we also have to research as teachers. We also have to research what does the diagnosis mean. That's why we're discussing that today. And then we will also be discussing the practical definition or something that we will relate more because we know that this is something that we actually see inside our classrooms. So moving on, the medical term that is given based on the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders or 5th edition or DSM-5, which is made by the American Psychiatric Association, is specific learning disorder. So basically, but for it to be easier to understand, most doctors would just say learning disabilities. So they are synonymous to each other. Specific learning disorder is a medical term in the books that they follow or what the doctors follow. The DSM-5 is followed not just by developmental pediatricians but also by psychiatrists, by psychologists, and even for um, special when people who do the psychoevaluation. So basically, this is what they follow. So specific learning disorder, when you see it, is also similar to learning disabilities or specific learning disabilities. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there are 5 difficulties when we say specific learning disorder, difficulties learning and using academic skills as indicated by the presence of at least one of the following symptoms that have persisted for at least 6 months despite the provision of interventions that target those difficulties. So for a student to have SLD or specific learning disorder, these symptoms should, at least one of the symptoms should be present at least 6 months. So that means 6 months and more. Also, it should persist in different settings. For example, you can see this difficulty not just in school, but you can also see it consistently at home or even in the center if the student is enrolled in a center doing a special program. So you can see it in all settings. So it's not just about you can observe these symptoms only in school, but not at home, or maybe at home only, but not in school. So it has to be consistent in different settings, and it also has to be consistent from 6 months onwards. So the student do not have to have all the symptoms, but only just one symptom. So basically, and then if the student is manifesting these difficulties, usually what we do as teachers, we refer them to a specialist, or we refer them to a doctor, or anyone who would be able to perform tests on that particular child. And if that child is tested, and then after which the child is proven that it is really a neurological or brain-based condition, which can have a diagnosis of specific learning disorder. I will be giving you examples of different symptoms. So let's go through all the symptoms one by one. The first symptom is inaccurate or slow and effortful word reading. Example, read single words aloud incorrectly or slowly and hesitantly. Frequently guesses words, has difficulty sounding out words. Wait, before I proceed, I would like everyone who is familiar with a student, who has a student with learning disabilities, to think of a student that you think is someone who has this particular symptom. So let's also review also the manifestations of the symptoms in your own students, so that it would be better for you to visualize what specific learning disorders are, or specific learning disabilities are. So first, again, inaccurate or slow and effortful word reading. So this is an example of actual notes done with the grade 9 student who has already been doing a lot of intervention, reading, remedial and reading intervention program. I think the student has been working with us for 3 years. 3 years. So the student is already grade 9, but his performance is below grade 5. So I only indicated the performance at grade 5 level. So this is a graded word list, or the GWL. This is an informal reading tool that we use when we are assessing a student or checking on the student skills. So this student is actually performing. He is grade 9, but he is performing, his independent reading level is grade 2. So he is 7 grade levels below his current grade placement. So the content that we are working on, he's very familiar with grade 2 levels to grade 2 level words, but he has problems with 3, 4, 5. So 5 is actually his frustration level. Basically, this is how he read it. The words that you're supposed to read are scanty, business, develop, considered, discussed, behaved, splendid, acquainted, escape, grim. This is how he read it. Scanty, he read as scattered. Business, he was able to read, develop. Considered, he read as cursed. These are my actual notes. Then this is discussed. He read it as disgusted. Behaved, he read it as be havid. Be havid. Splendid was read as spilled. Then he changed his answer. He said spended. And then acquainted, he read as acquitted, acquainted. I forgot to write the rest. Acquainted. And then for this one, he read this as escaped. And lastly, he was able to read grim. Of course, we did not proceed anymore to grade 6 because grade 5 is his frustration level. That means that's the level upon which he's actually having difficulty on. Grade 4, grade 2 is his independent level in reading. That means grade 2 words are the level upon which that he needs no help. 3 and 4 is his instructional level. So he is still comfortable reading 3 and 4, but he would have difficulties already and he need help. And then grade 5 is the level upon which he really has difficulty and it's very challenging for him to read. So this student is performing about 7 grade levels below his current grade placement. Do you have a student who reads like this as well? If you do, you can also share your experiences in your chat, and then we will read it also as we go along our discussion. So if you just have like an idea that comes along your way and then you just want to share it with everyone, you can actually, I welcome everyone to just chat it, and then we will just read it to everyone. So this is First, that's the first thing that you have to look for when it's a learning disorder. It's inaccurate or slow and effortful word reading. Next is difficulty understanding the meaning of what is read. Example, may read text accurately but not understand the sequence, relationships, inferences, or deeper meanings of what is read. So when we say specific learning disorder, sometimes a student can actually read. Maybe the student is slow in reading, maybe the reader is not as proficient, but still the student is able to read. However, the student does not understand what he or she is reading. So they are not able to answer questions, they are not able to tell you what happened in the story, or even the student is not really even able to recall details from the story. So let's have an example. So this is a student who is also grade 9, a different student, but this is also a grade 9 student who we I think this student performs at around grade 3, grade 4, but this student was asked to read a grade 5 level science text. So for us to understand what difficulty understanding the meaning of what is read mean.
The elephant is the largest animal in the world that lives on land, and a full-grown elephant may weigh may weigh about of 4 tons and may be 9 feet tall. Because elephants are so huge, they 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 have no natural enemies other than man. Since elephants have met few enemies, they are usually easy to go along and with almost when acting friendly. Writing elephant.
So basically, when you heard it, the student was there were words that the student was able to read, but there are also a lot of repetitions. The student, when we say repetitions, the student was repeating different words, and then there was a lot of omissions as well. Omission, the child was not reading that particular word, and then we could also see that he was also substituting. Like, for example, when he said elephants are so large, that's what he's supposed to read. But he said elephants are so huge. So sometimes students would also substitute words. So there's repetition, omission, substitution. And sometimes there are also the student would just totally give you a different word, so that's still substitution. And you, if you could see also, the student was not fluent in reading. So this student is already at grade 9, but in fairness to this particular student, this student has improved a lot. When he started 2 years ago, I think, when he started, he can't even read. He would not even read words or sentences given to him. So this is the full text of the elephant, of that particular elephant article. This is a grade 5 level science text. So it only has two paragraphs, after which the child was asked to answer the questions related to this. So these are the questions asked. These were the questions asked for this particular student. There are 10 questions. All the questions given to this particular student is not just about details about the story, but he is also given vocabulary questions and even inferential questions. And then for I think for this one, he was able to only answer 4 out of 10 questions, which gives us 40%. Some of the questions needed to be repeated to him, and even sometimes translated to Filipino, because the student was still not very comfortable with English. He was still sometimes he's very slow in reading. And then also, he would go back and forth using Filipino. So because his primary language is Filipino, so sometimes when you teach him English, we would just go back to Filipino, translate for him. But sometimes, even if you translate the question for him in Filipino, he would still not be able to answer because he was not able to recall what he has actually read. So that's one issue when you're dealing also with a student with specific learning disorder. Next indicator is number three indicator is difficulties with spelling. So just like with what I have mentioned in the reading, the student will actually be able to, sometimes they would be able to spell, but they would add, they would omit, they would also substitute vowels or consonants. So those are the three spelling errors that you have to look for when you're working with students with learning disabilities. You have if they are adding letters, omitting or deleting letters, or maybe sometimes they are just substituting. So for this, these are three examples of words that this is an example. These are actual handwriting of this is an actual handwriting of a student that we are working with, and this student is grade 7 and he is performing at grade 3 level in spelling. So this is grade 3 level is actually his, that's already, I will just, so this, we asked him to, I think this is already grade 5. This is grade 5 words. So can you chat? I will just move there. There. Can you chat the words that the student is spelling? So what do you think is the word that he is spelling at number 17? Yes, correct. Let's see later. Educate. How about the number 19? What do you think is number 19? So I think these words, the performance of the student and number 21. Okay. So this student is grade 7. He performs at grade 3 level in spelling. However, these words that are on your screen are already at around grade 5 or 6. Therefore, even if when he is given words that are below his grade level, he would not be able to spell them properly. And let's see if you are all correct. Yes. Educate, Institute, and Museum. So if you notice, he is very phonetic still in spelling. So that means he still, when he spells, he would still refer to the sound of the letter, the letter sound that you are saying to him. So when he is when he is spelling, he still does not refer to orthographic rules or spelling rules. Remember, when the words get harder and harder, especially in English, when we get to higher words in English, most likely we don't spell them phonetically anymore, but we do spell them using orthographic words. So an example would be or there's a different sound for a specific letter. For example, educate, he is actually correct with the with the letter sound. The letter sound would be equated to letter J because it's educate. However, that's actually um a change in the sound. D in higher level words would actually have another sound, which is a J sound and not a D sound. Institute, and then museum. Because the S does not have a sound, it has a Z sound because of orthographic rule. So when the here in the letter S here should have a sound, a Z sound. So if you notice, even when he is spelling grade 6, level words, he is still very phonetic and because he is not familiar with these particular words. That's right. Thank you, everyone. So that's educate, institute, and museum. And the third indicator of specific learning disorder is difficulties with spelling. Number 4 is difficulties with written expression. Example, makes multiple grammatical or punctuation errors within sentences, employs poor paragraph organization, written expression of ideas lacks clarity. So let's give an example for difficulties with written expression. So again, I would ask you to guess what the paragraph is all about. So this is from a grade 7 student, and he is actually writing a paragraph with 3 sentences. Who wants to try? So I will just read what my student wrote. Call of Duty, if you're familiar with Call of Duty is a computer game. Call of Duty is a game, fast-paced game, and I die many times, ex- killed by a camper. If I born at BR, I just call my friends and play 1v1v1v1. So this is supposedly 3 sentences about the computer game. Who wants to try just one sentence that this student mentioned, written? Can I see in your chat, please? Maybe just one sentence that you think this is the when we asked the student to write this particular paragraph, actually when we asked him to write this particular paragraph, he was able to tell us what this paragraph is all about. So I will be showing you who you don't want to try. I will be showing you the paragraph of the student. So this is the version the student actually talked about. He said that Call of Duty is a fast-paced game. Correct, thank you. My internet is a little slow. I am sorry, I really have no idea. Actually, when I saw the paragraph, I really have no idea as well. Number one, because I was not familiar with computer games. Number two, just looking at the words, this is not actually a paragraph. It's actually just a random collection of random words. But this is what the student talked about. So I told him, can you tell me what the paragraph is all about? And then I told him, can you tell me what's the first sentence, what's the second sentence, what's the third sentence? This is my transcription of what he said. Call of Duty is a fast-paced game. I die many times, especially when I am killed by a camper. If I am bored at Battle Royale, I just call my friends and play 1v1v1v. So, Call of Duty, Battle Royale, and 1v1v1v are all computer games. So if you notice, the student, the student really knows what he is actually talking about. However, the instruction was to just talk about one topic only. That's also one characteristic of students with learning disabilities. They cannot hold on to just one topic and they will just talk about a lot of things. And then because they have difficulty in organizing their thoughts. So basically, he talked about 3 things in the paragraph, but that's how it is. So we will go back to this paragraph later when we talk about written expression some more. So that's the fourth. That's the fourth, and let's have the last. No, second to the last. So this is another indicator of specific learning disorder. Difficulties mastering number sense, number facts, or calculation. Example, has poor understanding of numbers, their magnitude, and relationships. Counts on fingers to add single-digit numbers instead of recalling the math fact as peers do, especially for students who are already in higher grade levels. They're supposed to do mental math already, but most of them still go back to doing their computations using their fingers. Gets lost in the midst of arithmetic computation and may switch procedures. So let's have an example. This is the example. So what do you think is wrong with the computations? Can you chat, please? What do you think is wrong with the computation? So 13 plus 9 equals 312. And then 61 plus 19 equals 710. Ayan, Teacher Nisa said he forgot to carry up. Angeline Simon said, no regrouping, the placing, there's no regrouping. That's right, correct. The student did not regroup or carry one along the tens place. Instead, the student wrote the one in the total. So basically, for this particular example, there is a regrouping problem. You are all correct. So basically, the student does not, there are things that we can see in this particular problem. The student has still no strong foundation in the knowledge of place values, and he still has no strong foundation or knowledge in computational procedures. So basically, that's one thing that we can look for. I know you also have other students who also has other examples for this particular skill. So, and then lastly, sorry, I think I only put five in the summary page, but this is the last po. It's difficulties with mathematical reasoning. So number six, its symptom of SLB is difficulties with math reasoning. Of course, has severe difficulty applying math concepts, facts, or procedures to solve quantitative problems. So basically, this one has problems with problem solving. So one, I forgot to put the example, but for this one, the student would be able to, most likely a student with problem solving issues is someone who has problems in reading. So it's actually automatic. When a student has reading comprehension problems, most likely the student would also have problems in problem solving. Of course, it's because you have to be able to understand the problem first, read it, understand it, and for you so that you would be able to answer it properly. Therefore, some students, if they already have reading comprehension, it will also affect their ability to perform math skills because that's already interconnected. So some problems that we have with students manifesting difficulties in math reasoning would be they do not understand what the words mean. They do not know, even if they are able to read the problem, they do not know what kind of computation they're supposed to apply for that particular problem. And they also get really confused in doing the number sentences. Remember when we do problem solving, usually when we were in elementary, we were taught agosa, like get the identify the ask given operation, write a number sentence, and properly label your answer. So basically, when a student has problems with sequencing, with reading, with understanding with the math vocabulary, most likely the student will be manifesting in overall difficulties with math reasoning. So based on the DSM-5, these are the six, not five, sorry. These are the six. Yes, that's correct. They already really have problems in comprehending math because there are a lot of skills involved in math. For us who are typically developing, we just understand that math is something that we know that numbers, you translate the numbers into words and then you put the words going back to numbers. So there's a lot of skills going around when you're dealing with, when you're answering actually a math problem or even just doing a certain math fact. So these are the six. So for specific learning disorder, you can also, I think some of you might be very familiar with these three terms. So when you say specific learning disorder, the ones that I have mentioned are the six symptoms that you have to look for when you are dealing with, when you're looking, those are the six symptoms that you have to look for so that the student will have the student will have a formal diagnosis of specific learning disorder, but we can specify it some more. So these are the more specific diagnosis. We have this dyslexia, dyscalculia, and dysgraphia. So let's start with dyslexia. Dyslexia is an impairment in reading. So basically, there are problems with word reading accuracy, reading rate or fluency, and of course, reading comprehension. So for a person to be diagnosed with dyslexia, it really is very specific to reading. So what do we take note of? So let's just have an idea. What do we take note of if you are planning for a student with reading problems? This is what you should take note of. There are 5 common components of reading instruction. We have phonological awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary, comprehension. If you get a student who has problems with reading, this is what you have to break down the skills. You have to break down the skills of that particular student in this 5 components of reading instruction. Because if you're planning for this particular student, you need to identify what really is the problem. So when you're teaching students with learning disabilities, you have to look for the reasons behind the skill or the reasons behind the problems of that particular child. So we have, what are these 5? Let's just review. So basically, phonological awareness is knowing that words are made up of sounds. Phonics is letter sound association. Fluency is ability to read automatically with understanding. And number 4, vocabulary is our words we need to know to understand what we read. And lastly, comprehension is understanding what we read. So what is the application of this? If we know the components of reading, this is very important. We are able to find out why a student has difficulty reading, whatever the level of difficulty the student is having. For those who are already working with struggling readers and even for non-reader adults, you need to incorporate these 5 components of reading in your reading instruction. So basically, you need to look for this particular, what particular skills is the child manifesting, that you would know that you have to target that first before you move on to actual reading. So I am also able to work with struggling readers who are already adolescents. So these struggling readers are those who are they were not diagnosed with learning disabilities, but you know that they have a learning difficulty, particularly in reading. Some of them, they do not even know that a word is made up of sounds. Like for example, when you ask them, what word has a k, act? What word is that? Act. They would have a problem imagining when you put together act, it says cat. But basically for this some of these kids, they would not even know what are you saying. They cannot equate that sounds when you put them together would form words. So these are I have worked with students who have no diagnosis or have no formal diagnosis, but they really have reading problems. So let's just give an example. Let's break down the components of reading instruction and break down them into examples. When we say phonological awareness, these are the skills involved, and these are the skills that you have to look for when you are working with students with learning disabilities. So that you have to target those foundational skills first, and then you have to incorporate that strategies to target the foundational skills so that your program will be more adequate for a particular student. So you have um, blending sounds to form words, just like what I said, act, that's cat. Breaking down words into sounds, so that's how many sounds does cat have? 3. What are the sounds? Act. Substituting sounds in words to form new words. So this is cat, change the k sound into a sound. What's the new word? Mat. Change the sound into a d sound. What's the new word? Mad. So when you're targeting in your program, if you're targeting phonological awareness, it would be better to have no letters in front of the child. It would be better if the child just hears the sounds, and then the child should be able to just put together these particular sounds. And then if a child has problems with phonics or letter sound association, The examples would be saying the letters that make up a word given upon dictation, or applying orthographical rules to read words. So for example, when orthographic rules would mean spelling rules. Like for example, the A sound or the long vowel A sound has actually 8 spellings. In English, particularly in English, English is a very difficult language because it has a lot of similarities and differences. So the A sound has 8 spellings. The first is A consonant EIGH, and EY. So if you imagine a student with learning disabilities trying to figure out how to spell the word day, day, like Tuesday, Wednesday, Monday. How do they spell it? Some kids would actually spell it with a DEY because they cannot remember that the rule for that is that DAY is A Y makes day. Or if you show the word day to a particular student, they would just say die because they know that A is not an A sound, it's an A sound or short vowel sound. So sometimes students with problems with phonics would have difficulty understanding that there are different rules when you spell words. Now, number three, students who have problems with fluency, the example for fluency would be reading sight words. Some kids would be able to learn, especially students. Some of our students would just learn words by sight or just by looking at them. They would be able to understand, okay, that's a word that they would be able to read all those words. For example, would be the Dutch sight words. So there are words that are leveled and they have to be able to read them automatically and they would have to read them fast with understanding. So some of our kids with learning disabilities, they would not be able to do that. Instead, they would just go back to either phonics, to phonetic word reading. They would sound out each word or they would just guess it totally. They would give you a totally different word, maybe with the same letters. And then for vocabulary, these are words, example, understanding synonyms and antonyms. Some students with learning disabilities, particularly in reading, would not be able to even understand what synonyms and antonyms are. They would not be able to understand words with multiple meanings. Like, for example, bat. If I give a sentence saying, the bat is flying at night, what do you think bat is? They would understand that if they're familiar with the sport baseball, they would know that bat is something that you hit with a ball. So sometimes they would look at you and say, how can a bat fly at night? Because maybe they are thinking about a bat, which is something you hit the ball with. So basically, a student who has no understanding of multiple meaning words would have a hard time in doing the last component of reading instruction, which is comprehension. Comprehension is understanding what we read. Usually, we give descriptive and inferential questions. This is all about sequencing events of a story, predicting what will happen next, understanding the author's point of view. So again, the reason for me discussing the components of reading instruction is because when you have a student with learning disabilities and the particular learning disabilities point to reading, you can only come up with a good program for that particular child if you already know what part of reading is the main cause or main reason for that particular difficulty. So moving on, let's move on to dyscalculia. Dyscalculia is an impairment in mathematics. So we've already mentioned a while ago that we have number sense problem. Maybe the student with dyscalculia will have a problem with number sense, memorization of arithmetic facts, accurate or fluent calculation, and accurate math reasoning. So what can help you in planning for a student with math problems? Of course, you can go refer to the components of math instruction. So we have number sense, calculation, problem solving, and functional application of math. So these are the 4 components of math instruction that you can actually use when you're planning for a student with math problems. And because math it has a lot of multiple steps in doing in when performing a certain skill, you have to make sure first that what is the student really having a problem with. Is a student having a problem with symbols? I have a student who cannot read numbers. He is able to identify letters, but he cannot identify numbers. I think we found that out when he was 6 years old. So I think when he was at 6 years old, that was a very specific learning disability. He was not yet diagnosed with learning disability at 6. He was diagnosed with learning disability at 8 or 9, 7 or 8. So when the one problem that we were having with him is that when he was shown letters, he knows what letters are. He can name them. But when we showed him numbers, he cannot name the numbers. That's why when we were dealing with math problems or when we were dealing with math activities, he was just crying and was throwing tantrums because that's when we found out he was not able to say the numbers. So it was very blurred to him. That's one thing that we have learned. So at 7, he was diagnosed with learning disability. And then we found out through a very specialized doctor that his eyesight, I think that was the registry in his brain. Like when he sees numbers, his eyesight would have double vision, and it was certainly connected to his brain. It was a very special case because he was the only student I have who can identify letters but cannot identify numbers. So it was a very special. So basically for him, our problem was not just about calculation, problem solving, and functional application. It was really more about number sense. He was not able to identify numbers. So how can you move forward to other activities related to math if the foundational skill is really a problem? So it was something that we had to identify the problem first and then try to figure out how can we help our particular student. So there you go. And then lastly is this graphia. This graphia means it's an impairment in written expression. So what does written expression include? Spelling accuracy, grammar and punctuation accuracy, clarity or organization of written expression. Let's go back to the example a while ago. So basically, this is an idea for you that you can also use in the future. This is what to take note of if you are planning for a student with writing problems. You have to have a quick check to help students in writing a paragraph. This is something that my other teacher in the clinic devised. This is something that we were able to teach our students with learning disabilities how to write paragraphs. So you have to just think about chips. CHIPSS. Again, chips. C, you have to look for capitalization. H for handwriting. I for indentation. P for punctuation. S for spelling. And S for spacing. Because before, we were not doing online work. We were still just doing face-to-face. So we were doing it the child was doing us writing all the notes. So again, that's chips. So let's go back to the example a while ago. So when a child gives you this kind of paragraph, so that the child, because this child is already an adolescent, so you have to make sure that he has strategies that he can actually use inside the classroom when the teacher is not there with him anymore. So we had to teach him chips, and then we had to tell him, were you able to do chips in your paragraph? And then he said no. So this is if you look at his sample paragraph, so there's no capitalization. Handwriting is not applicable because we did this activity online. There's no indentation, there's no punctuation, there's no spelling. The spelling of the word should be improved as well. And then there's no spacing because I think the spacing is a bit okay, but the spacing still can be improved. So basically, when we ask the child for the child to just evaluate their own work, he used chips, and then after which the child, we would know what goal are we going to do first. So basically, like, we can just work on the capitalization first for this session, or next session we can just work on your punctuation, and the next session we can just work on your spelling, and then we can put them all together in another session and do other paragraphs. I think this is something also that you can use for your students with learning disabilities. Give them a criteria that they can work on so that they would be able to know what you want them, what they need to correct in their work. So basically, another way of still according to the DSM-5 is another way for us to define learning disability is according to severity. So that would mean mild, moderate, and severe. This is important because later on we will focus more on the severe LD. So we just have to define first what mild, moderate means, and then eventually we will focus on the severe learning disabilities. When we say mild learning disabilities, some difficulties learning skills in one or two academic domains, but of mild enough severity that the individual may be able to compensate or function well when provided with appropriate accommodations or support services, especially during the school years. I will just read them first, and then I will go back. I will go back to these definitions. When we say moderate LV, it means marked difficulties learning skills in one or more academic domains, so that the individual is unlikely to become proficient without some intervals of intensive and specialized teaching during the school years. Some accommodations or supportive services, at least part of the day at school, in the workplace, or at home, may be needed to complete activities accurately and efficiently. Lastly, we have severe LD, severe difficulties learning skills affecting several academic domains so that the individual is unlikely to learn those skills without ongoing intensive individualized and specialized teaching for most of the school years. Even with an array of appropriate accommodations or services at home, at school, or in the workplace, the individual may not be able to complete all activities efficiently. So let's do a summary of mild, moderate, and severe. So in the table, you could see that this is a severity. The second column are manifest difficulties learning skills. And then the last would be support services needed. When we say mild, most likely the student having a mild LD would manifest difficulties learning skills in just one or two academic domains. For example, the student will have problems in reading and writing, or maybe math and reading, or math and writing. How and then for the next would be support services needed. Yes, they need support services, but given the proper accommodation, especially during the school years, they would be able to compensate or function well. So that means you just need the expectations you have for other students who are typically developing or regular would be the same as your expectations for your students with mild LD. But you just need to change the teaching strategies and the materials a little bit for that particular student. But for those students with mild LD, they actually you don't have to change the curriculum for them. You don't also have to change the assessment or the tests for them. For those who have moderate LD, they would most likely have difficulties not just with one academic domain but more than two. So one or more academic domains. So they also need support services. They may need intensive and specialized teaching during school years. That's why students with moderate LD you would expect them that they would have reading remediation. They would also have reading intervention. If they have other problems, they may also have speech pathology services. They also might need occupational therapy services, but most likely, the accommodations that are given to them, even if they are given accommodations in school, home, and workplace, is not as intensive as what you need to give those with severe LD. With severe LD, most likely, they will manifest difficulties in several academic domains, if not all domains. So they would need support services, they would also need intensive individualized. We will go back to the word individualized later. So that's a very important word to take note of. Intensive, individualized, and specialized teaching for most school years. They also need accommodations in school, at home, and even if they're already working, they would have to have accommodations. So again, that's severe LD. We will just take note of this. Again, they need individualized, specialized teaching for most school years. And they also need accommodations, not just in school, but even when they are already working. So I still have a few minutes for the first lot. So let's just go to the practical definition. So we were done with the medical definition. So that was again, it came from the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorder. So that's what medical professionals and practitioners use to diagnose severe specific learning disorder. So let's move on to the practical definition of learning disabilities. So for the practical definition of learning disabilities, just a quick review. Again, it is brain-based. So it's neurologically based. Learning disabilities is an umbrella term that covers a range of neurologically based disorders in learning and various degrees of severity of such disorders. Learning disabilities are not emotional disturbances. They are not intellectual disabilities. They are also not sensory impairments. Meaning, learning disability is really brain-based, and the the functions in the brain are the ones that are affected. So brain processing is really affected when we talk about learning disability. So when we say if a child is just having emotional behavioral disorders, so that's different from learning disabilities. However, learning disabilities can be comorbid with other diagnoses. Like maybe a child with who is blind can also have learning disabilities. A child who is deaf, a child who has autism, a child who has ADHD can also have learning disabilities. So they can be comorbid or they can coincide with one another. They are not caused by, again, learning disability is not caused by inadequate parenting or lack of educational opportunity. It is brain-based and a student should undergo proper assessment, like for example, cognitive assessment, psychoeducational, or neurodevelopmental evaluation in order to be labeled as such. We know that there are a lot of students having learning difficulties. But for us, it's really more that we need to use the proper terms for students. So if we are not sure that it is really learning disabilities, maybe we could just say learning difficulties. So basically, this is just to remind us that we have to be also careful with the words that we use, especially if the child is not diagnosed. To understand learning disability some more, we must understand how the brain works. Remember that the brain is like a computer. It has a lot of processes. So according to the information processing theory, there's input, processes, and output. Basically, input are the sensory input or sensory information that we gather. We have five common senses. We have the sense of sight, sense of sight, sense of smell, sense of taste, sense of hearing, and sense of touch. But most likely, when we are learning, we usually rely on our sense of sight and sense of hearing because that's our visual and our auditory sensory input. When we learn things, we have to look at them and hear them. Like for example, today, you are looking at the screen and you're hearing what I am saying. So, and then everything goes to you gather a lot of visual input and then auditory input, and then the brain, just like what the computer does, the brain would process everything. So the brain would process sensory information. It would also perform a lot of executive functioning like prioritizing, organizing the information in our brain, and then the brain would also have to perform a lot of memory skills. For example, it has to store, it has to retrieve information. simultaneously. So that's what our brain is doing right now. So when I'm asking you about questions like what do you have a student like this? Can you recall a student with this particular characteristic? Then your brain is actually doing a lot of processes right now. So and then from there you would be able to perform the output. The output can be reading, spelling, writing, math, and speaking, or other output. So when I ask you, do you have a student like this? And then you recalled it, and then your brain mentioned, yes, you have a student like this. That's when you do the output. You have to type in yes. But typing the word yes on the chat is not just typing it. You have to remember what letter Y, how do we spell yes, how does letter Y look like? How does letter E look like? And there's a lot of functioning. There's a lot of skills that they're actually doing. So that's learning. There's input, there's processes, there's output. What happens if a person has LD? Some students will not have problems with sight and hearing because most of our students, when you see that a student cannot read, the first thing that we actually refer the parents to would be an eye doctor. So you have to check with the eye doctor if there's something wrong with the eyes of the student. You have to also check with the hearing doctor. Is there something wrong with the child's hearing? And then maybe the child has no problems with hearing and about the eyes. There's no eye problem, there's no hearing problems, but the student has learning disabilities as learned by tests that was done to the child. So if a person has learning disabilities, the processes in the brain would be affected and thus the output would also be affected. So what would happen if the child has LD? And the processes are affected. There would be poor school performance. There will be difficulty performing daily life functioning. So this output would already be very affected. So some students with LD would have difficulty, but some students with LD, even if they are able to see and hear properly, they would have difficulty processing auditory and visual information. So adding up to the components of reading math instruction that I've already mentioned, sometimes when you're dealing with a child with learning disabilities, you have to understand if what are the reasons that the child is really having a problem in reading and math. Maybe maybe this child is having a problem in reading and math because the child is having problem processing auditory and visual information. That means there will be weak or poor processing, and of course, there would be school performance would be affected, and even daily life functioning would be affected. So these are examples of perceptual skills that you have to look for when you are dealing with students with LD. Understanding LD means we also have to understand how students process auditory and visual information. Students with LD may hear and see properly. However, when the sensory information enters the brain, the information gets lost in translation. So you would notice the child is able to see a letter. But how come the child cannot read that particular letter? Maybe because it gets really scrambled in the brain. Maybe because the child is looking at the same material as what you are looking at, but the child is not processing it properly. So that's another way of looking at our child with learning disabilities. You have to understand how do you think the brain is working for this particular child, whether the child has mild LD, moderate LD, or even severe LD. What do you think is a problem with this particular child? So basically, visual processing skills and auditory processing skills have the same skills. We have auditory memory, visual memory, auditory sequencing, visual sequencing, auditory figure ground, visual figure ground, auditory discrimination without S, and visual discrimination. So just a very quick example for this one would be auditory memory is the ability to remember what was heard, the ability to remember what was seen, and then sequencing, the ability to the order ability to remember the order of things that was heard, the order of things that was seen. So, and then figure ground. LD is learning disabilities po. Understanding LD. LD is learning disabilities. So discrimination. So for example, we can have a little bit more of the examples for later. So basically, just moving on first, we will have bit more of examples for the auditory memory. But when we talk about students with learning disabilities, most likely there would be, this is something that you can actually research on more if you want to. These are perceptual processing skills. So these are skills that can affect the performance of the students with LD. For the questions, you can actually chat your answers as we go along, and then there would be a time that I would be answering your questions. If there are things that you are already, do you want to ask questions already, we can just chat first your questions, and then I would go back to them before we start our first slot. You don't have to wait until the end of the session to chat the question. And but later, we can also have a session where you can actually ask all your questions. If you want to raise a question and you want to say it out loud, you can also wait for that particular. But if you have questions in mind already, please do chat them. I encourage you to chat your questions already. And if it's proper that I answer it right away, I will just do so. If not, I will I will answer them later. Thank you very much. So just to end our first session, for our first slot, these are some of the characteristics and indicators of students with LD according to developmental areas. So these are also things that you have to look for. So for cognitive, most likely, we've already mentioned all the cognitive skills that the student will have a problem with. Difficulty understanding number concepts in different contexts, low reading rate, low visual spatial ability, difficulty recalling read information, problems with executive function, just like what I said, attention, prioritizing, organizing, memory, extreme difficulty building ideas and mental images. And then, for language and communication, most of our students would have difficulty pronouncing words, difficulty recognizing small differences in word sounds. They would have a difficulty with a b and a p sound, maybe a t and a d sound. For them, it just sounds the same. May blend sounds together when talking, difficulty following complex sentences and long strings of instructions. Oral comprehension is markedly more efficient than reading comprehension. May prefer talking through sign language or other forms of nonverbal communication. And lastly, for social and emotional, they may become aggressive towards others to avoid social punishment. They may refer to bullying, reprimands from parents and teachers. They may be anxious or depressed, may withdraw from people and activities to avoid social punishment. They would have difficulty regulating emotions. They would also have increased feelings of shame and loneliness due to being singled out in the classroom. So basically, when we talk about learning disabilities, it's not just all about learning. It's not just about learning. It's also some of the developmental areas would also be affected. So basically, we have severe learning disability. When you talk about severe learning disability, most likely they may have little or no speech. They find it very difficult to learn new skills. They may need support with daily activities such as dressing, washing, eating, and keeping safe. They may have difficulties with social skills and they may need lifelong support. So it's already 10:30. I already ended with the definition of learning disability. So later, we will focus more on learning disability and how it affects the family. But before we have a health break, I have a question how early young LD pupils can be detected by Teacher Nisa. I will answer your question after the break. So when we come back for the second slot, I will answer your question, Teacher Nisa, later. I would just like to know if the first part regarding the definition of learning disabilities was clear to you. And if not, you can please chat your questions so that I can answer them. Please, yes, can you please click the icon for the clapping icon for if it is clear and you have no questions. The thumbs up icon if it is clear but you still have questions, but you will just chat your questions in a while. Please click the heart icon if there are things that you did not understand but you're okay, you have no questions. And please click the wow icon or any icon if you are confused and you have questions which you will chat. May I know your answers first? So it's 10:32. We will come back at 10:45. Okay, so you have questions. So for Ma'am Mona Lisa, Madam Mona Lisa, can please chat your questions so that I can answer them. And then, all right. So let's take a quick break, Madam Zuhaila. We will come back for our second slot at 10:45. Thank you very much. So we are now moving on to our second slot. For our second slot, we will be working on we will be discussing from 10:45 up until 1 p.m. Our lunch break would be at 1 to 2 p.m. May I just know if everyone is here and ready? Can you just chat letter M if you are here already? Thank you very much. So if you're already here, let's move on to our second slot of our discussion. But first, let's do a short question and answer for those who have chatted their questions. So I encourage everyone, if you have a question in mind, just please chat them, and then I will take time to read them if I can still read your questions. If not, I will just chat the answers to your questions. So for now, I will just answer the questions which have been chatted a while ago. So first, from Teacher Nisa, how early young LD pupils can be detected? Sometimes children will manifest indicators of learning difficulties as early as 2 or 3 years old. However, especially in our practice here in the Philippines, they are not diagnosed with learning disabilities when they are diagnosed with learning disabilities only when they reach school age. It's because learning disabilities, as we have defined already, refers to reading, math, and writing. So because those are actual school, those are expectations that we usually have in school, you would definitely know that a child has difficulties if they are already in an environment that is expected for them to show those skills. So some of them, like for example, they have problem with symbols. Some of them would actually be manifesting those as early as 2 or 3. Like they're really concerned, they're really forgetful. However, let's just put things into perspective. Some kids would have problems with writing, with letters, with sounds and numbers, with symbols, with sequencing the alphabet. But that's still very expected, especially if they are not at school age. Like for some kids who are just toddlers and for preschoolers, it's not expected for them to read. Reading, actually, the brain gets really ready for reading. Research-based wise is actually at around 6 years old. So we don't have to expect that students have difficulties. We don't have to say that, oh, you have learning disabilities, oh, you have learning difficulties. If they're very young, and then those are skills that are still they're still expected. Like for example, I will give a clear example. Reversals. Like letter B and letter D. Remember that letter B in your screen, you can see letter B, then letter D. When we inverse, the children would normally, before 5 years old, they would still be very confused with how B, the small b, and the how D looks like. But if the child already reaches school age, 6, 7, 8 years old, the child the child should be able to identify what B and D looks like. That's visual discrimination. They need to be able to identify what they need to be able to differentiate the B and D. U and N is another example. U and N, that small u and the small n would usually be inversed. Like they would see it as u and n, they're the same. So basically, just try to remember sometimes children would manifest learning difficulties, but you also have at an early age. But you also have to look at how old is this child, what are the developmental milestones or developmental expectations for this child? If the child is not yet supposed to read at that particular age, that's still not a problem. However, if you are already seeing a lot of difficulties for this particular child at an early age, it's better that you stimulate them. That's why remember when we did the definition, it says with even with the child is manifesting these symptoms or these difficulties even if intervention was already given. So if your child is having difficulties with B and D, the child is 4 years old, the child is having problems with phonics, with letters and sounds, they're having problem with sequencing the alphabet, maybe it's about time that you have to stimulate, you have to give a lot of stimulating activities already. And after a while that you have already given a lot of stimulatory activities, you have already given the child a lot of activities to work on, and the child is still having difficulties at 6 years old, if the child is at school age, that's really time to consult with someone and try to ask if it's already, is it really learning disabilities or is it something else? So sometimes when a child is very young, the indicators would be, is it, they're similar with the indicators of ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, and LD. They would manifest the same indicators. Teacher Nisa, was I able to answer your question? Please chat if I was able to answer your question. And if there are other questions that will arise, just let me know as well. So next question we have is, what is the difference between specific learning difficulty and specific learning disorder? In Brunei, we normally use the term specific learning difficulty for students who have difficulties in reading, writing, and calculating. So again, I would just want to, this is something I just wrote a while ago. Sorry if it's too small. Specific learning disorder is a formal medical term used for diagnosis, but some doctors would just say specific learning disability. This is the formal medical term is according to DSM-5. So, but for some, like for here in the Philippines, the doctors would give us a note. They would not say learning disorder. They would say learning disabilities, because learning disability is a practical term, but it is still used for diagnosis. So again, when you say disorder and disabilities, these are diagnostic terms. So these are terms used for diagnosis. So for us teachers, it is always safe to use the term learning difficulties, especially if a child is not diagnosed, but maybe the child is manifesting indicators, but you have to make sure that you are also using the same terms. For me, I know that terms, there are particular countries who are very particular also with the terms that they use. Like for us, we try to encourage teachers as well to just use the word learning difficulties, because if you use the word learning disabilities, even if a child is diagnosed, if you say the word learning disabilities, there would be some parents. I am talking about my experience here in the Philippines. Some parents would not be able to understand the term disabilities, and they would be more discouraged using if you use the term disabilities with them. Therefore, just to be safe, it's difficulties. So some doctors that I work with here in my clinic, when I used to work in a clinic, some doctors would not give me the term disorder. They would just use the term LD or disabilities. So again, disorder, learning disorder is a medical term according to DSM-5. It's a formal medical term. The practical term, but still also used by medical practitioners who diagnose, is learning disabilities. For us teachers, it's more safe to use the term learning difficulties. Even if the child is not diagnosed, even if the child is diagnosed, I think there would be parents that would make it more easier for them to hear the word difficulty than to hear the word disability. I think did I answer your question? I think I also have what do you call this? If I do not read your names properly, I think that's also a difficulty for me. So please forgive me if I say your name and I do not read it properly. It's also a disability for me. So I hope I answered your. I do believe that MD is madam. Is that correct? I'm sorry, this is my I have worked with people from I have worked with but I am not familiar with the So anyway, I hope I have answered that question properly. The next question would be the term and definition is very helpful for teachers to identify the level of development of pupils. Thank you. My question is, can it be used in the writing of pupils reports by teachers? Again, let's be on the safe side. Sometimes in our country, the Philippines, we are discouraged to put the diagnosis in the teacher's reports. But of course, the psychoevaluation, the neurological evaluation, it has the reports. The diagnosis is clearly written there because it's a medical form, it's a medical paper, but it's very confidential. So when a child is referred to us and the child has a diagnosis of learning disability, some doctors in our country would say language-based learning disability. They would not actually use the terms dyslexia, dyscalculia, dysgraphia. They would just say it's a language-based learning disability. Or I have seen a lot of reports from doctors saying learning disability specific manifesting difficulties in math or particular to reading. Sometimes they would just say that. But for us, we don't write the diagnosis and our reports as teachers. It is something that I think it's also just to protect. It's also regarding the safety of the child as well, because we know that the doctor's reports. We know that some people will also be able to see that report. However, those reports should be are confidential. So sometimes I know also if you have to contextualize it also, some parents do not like talking about the diagnosis of their child. They're not very open to it. So we have to make sure that when we write reports, it is also we are also in agreement with the parents if they want the diagnosis to be written in that particular report. So again, let's go back to semantics or to use of terms. It is okay to say difficulty. But if we say there's a disability, maybe we have to that's because it's still very open to a lot of questions. So I think it's better to just use the word difficulty. I think it's also okay just to say that the child is having difficulty in reading. And then we specify what are the difficulties in our report. But for us to write the diagnosis, one, we have to consider the family. We have to consider if they are in agreement, if they have to write that. But if there's a particular policy in your school or in your division or in your country that states that you have to write down the diagnosis, then so be it, you have to follow that. But if not, then you have to rethink who will be reading this report, and then who would this the parents would show this report, and how would it reflect to the child that we are working with. And for me also, when I write a report about a child, I don't just talk about the diagnosis. I talk about the skills of the child. So I highlight what the child can do. I say what the child can't do, and then I will say in my report, how can we help the child achieve the things that we need the child needs to learn. So it's really more about the child. The report is more about the child rather than about the disability or the diagnosis. But it's important that teachers need to know these terms because when they get reports from medical practitioners or from occupational therapists, from speech pathologists, they also need to learn they need to understand the terms in order for them to come up with a plan that will work for this particular child. So I hope I have answered this particular question. And then the next question would be, could you give any example for LD classify assessment? Are you saying that's an assessment? An example are you saying an example of an assessment that we can use to identify learning disability? There are a lot of if you are, it really depends. If you're a teacher who have no clearance to perform a standardized test, we have standardized tests and we also have teacher made tests. When we have standardized tests, the standardized tests are formal tests. So in our country, there are only particular practitioners in the Philippines. They need to have license to administer some tests. So particularly like standardized tests, like for example, IQ tests, that's they have to have a license. Psychologists need to have a license for it. There are also standardized tests, like for example, Woodcock-Johnson test of achievement, wide range achievement tests, or RAT should also have, you also have to have a certain license. But then these are specialized practitioners. So basically the specialized practitioners, they need to have a certain license for them to be able to administer those particular tests. But for us teachers, we can do teacher made tests. We can do teacher made assessments. Like for example, if a child is already diagnosed with LD, and then they were referred to us and they are already in our school, what we can do is we can do a teacher-made test based on our curriculum or based on the learning guides that we are actually using, and then try to figure out again what the child can do based on this guide and what the child can't do. So for us to going back, the diagnosis does not really make the whole child. For me, I've been practicing special education for more than 20 years, and I've seen a lot of students with the same diagnosis but different skills. No child is ever the same. No two children, sorry. No two children are ever the same. So even if I have two children both having a diagnosis of learning disability, they would be very different from one another. So for me to, I don't really have to classify them as this is mild, this is moderate, this is severe. As long as I know what they can do and what they can't do, so that, and I know also how to help them, that for me is more important as being a teacher who makes plans and teaches these particular students. So, but there are a lot of standardized tests that can use, but you have to check if these tests are actually for particular practitioners only. Because for us here in the Philippines, it's you have to have a particular license. And even the doctors, that's why the doctors here are the ones who are the developmental pediatricians are the ones who diagnose, because they also have particular license to administer a certain test. There you go. I will go back to the last question for the, I will just go, I still have one more question. So that's my question for the assessment. And next would be, please explain about children age 7 to 12 who are late to read. Does it include special learning difficulties or special learning disorders? Again, going back to terminologies, the special learning disorders is a medical term, it's a formal medical term, and special learning difficulties is more what we can actually use. So if a child is late to read, sometimes this is very true. There are a lot of students who are already relatively older, but they are struggling to read, but they have no diagnosis. Maybe there's a lot of reasons. Maybe because the parents really do not have access to someone who can diagnose a child. Sometimes it's economic reasons also, because we have to admit it is very it's expensive to go to a doctor. I know for in the Philippines it's really expensive, but I don't know. Can you share with me also? Is it also expensive to have a child go to a specialized doctor in your country? For us, it's very expensive. But I know now because of the pandemic, the doctors are now doing online services. They're all actually doing a lot of free services right now, which I really like. But if you go to a doctor like pre-pandemic, like before the pandemic, when you go to a doctor and you have a doctor's appointment, it's really expensive. So some parents would just not they would just say, that's good. Thank you, Teacher Nisa. It's free in Brunei. So that's really good. Because for us, there are free services, but you have to really search for it. So it's really expensive for us here in the Philippines. So some parents would just not bother. They would just say, that's a late reader. In Tagalog, matututo din yan. Ibig sabihin, meaning the parents are just saying, that's a late bloomer. That my child would be able to read eventually. But then again, as time goes by, we know that learning disabilities would manifest into other problems. Would tomorrow and on Thursday would learn that because of the learning difficulties, they would have a lot of behavioral issues. They would have social emotional issues. So basically, you would understand that sometimes still it's safe for us to use the term learning difficulties, but I just want to specify sometimes that some parents would opt not to go to a professional because maybe it's because of economic reasons, financial reasons, or whatever reasons they have. They would not just they would just allow their child not to get diagnosed. But again, for us teachers, the diagnosis is something that we need to learn about the child, but it's still not just the diagnosis is not just the basis of our program planning. We still need to find out other details about the child, but it helps that if the child has a specific learning disability, it helps for us to direct. Yes, teacher Luningning. 5-5 in the Philippines. In Metro Manila, which I am in the central part of I'm almost in the capital city. So it's not just 5-5, Teacher Loningning. It's more than that, double it. So it's really expensive here. So basically, but for me as a teacher, it will help if the child has a particular diagnosis, but it's not just what I look for when I make a plan for a student. I hope all the teachers here also would agree with me that we really look at the child as a whole. So we believe in holistic approaches when we teach students. And last question before we proceed to the next topic would be, I came across with a report stated mentally retarded instead of learning disability in one of child's report from hospital. Is the term can be used in the report? The report was issued in 2021, which I believe the term should not be used to a child. I do believe that. Yes, mental retardation is not a term anymore that we use. In the DSM-5, if you go back to the DSM-5, I think it's available online. In the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual by the APA, it's not mental retardation anymore. It's intellectual disabilities. So if a child is manifesting very significant performance poor performance in academics or difficulties in academics and in cognition, as well as social functioning, the term is not mental retardation. It should be intellectual disabilities. Sometimes they also use the term global developmental disabilities or GDD. It's also in the DSM-5. It's under the neurological disorders section. If you want to read more about it, it's under the neurological disorders. Under that would be communication disorders. What I have mentioned already, it's specific learning disorders, autism, spectrum disorders also there. ADHD is also there, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. And then for mental retardation is a term actually that we are advocating that the word retard should not be used anymore because it has a lot of negative connotations as well. Like it's a little more demeaning. For me, I also teach students in college. So my college students, before they become SPED teachers, I would always tell them you always have to think about the terms that you use because it reflects you as a person, not just a teacher. The terms you use when you tell them to parents, when you tell them to the community, it reflects you as a person, not just a teacher using this kind of terms. Because you also have to consider, what does the parents think about what I'm saying? So you have to be very open to them, and you have to use the right terms. So I am not sure why they use the term mentally retarded, but it's usually we don't use the word mental retardation anymore. We use intellectual disabilities, and ID or intellectual disabilities is different from LD. So they have different manifestations. You can read more about it, or maybe in the future, SEAMEO SEN will focus more on intellectual disabilities after doing learning disabilities. So last, how many LD pupils have one of the class? It depends. We will be discussing educational placements later, so you will learn more about where are these students placed. So for that, I think I have answered the questions. If you still have questions, please just chat them, and then we'll take time later to answer your questions. So moving on, of course, we need to discuss also. We have discussed already definition of learning disabilities. We have discussed already and clarified also the terms that we are supposed to use. And this is something that I always include in my discussions, because we cannot only look at the student or the child as an individual or alone. We have to look at the child and who are the people who affect the child. So basically, the primary people who affects the child is also the family. So the family members are, especially now that we are doing, when we do online remote learning, it's the families that teach the child. It's not just the teacher. Um, Sometimes when the pandemic happened, the roles got reversed. So we're not the primary teachers anymore. It's the parents or the primary teachers already, because the child is spending more time at home. Not just more time, maybe they're spending it all the time, they're spending it there. But now we're already transitioning again. So I am transitioning again. We are transitioning again from we did face to face and online, then face to face, then go back again. So basically, when we plan for students with learning disabilities, we always have to remember that the plan will always affect the family. So how does learning disability affect the family? So I will be asking you to chat your answer. Please chat your answer. What do you think, or what have you observed, seen in families? What are common effects to the family as a whole, or to each family member, of having a child with learning disabilities? So can you recall a child with learning disabilities that you are handling, and what do you think were the effects of this to the family? What has happened to the family? You can answer very short, and then you can also answer positive or negative effects. I will just wait for a few. I will just drink water. I also believe so. Yes. So I think it's also good. It's also good that we really have to have another assessment sometimes, because, or have another person to assess. For me, it's really more like, I do not encourage parents, while you're answering the question, I do not encourage parents to do doctor shopping. You know what doctor shopping is? They move from one doctor to another, just so because they want to satisfy what they're actually looking for. Sometimes parents really need counseling rather than anything else. So the answers for this question: negative emotions, stigma from others. It's hard for them to accept. They become sad. They feel frustrated, emotionally affected, especially when they have to face a community. Sometimes the family is embarrassed. Negative emotions, denial. That's right. They also have denial, they have problems with acceptance. Positive, they focus more on other things. That's right. They focus on others, on their strengths, not just a child, but also as a family. They are worried of their kids' behavior among the community. They lack communication, denial, financial problems is an issue, guilt is an issue. They feel like they have more responsibilities. they feel disappointed, they lose hope, and they start to compare with other children or siblings. That's right. So these are some research-based common effects of the disability to a family. So one, they have family stress, they have parenting discrepancy. Sometimes the father and mother, they don't know what to do, and so they argue about it. They have negative reactions from extended family members. They have difficulty interacting with the school, especially if they are in a regular school and they're looking for certain services. Even if they're in a special school and they're looking for certain services, they have problems with interacting with the teachers. They have mixed effects on siblings. Some siblings can be very overprotective. Some siblings would be like, why do I have to take care of my brother? So some siblings can have different effects on them. So yes, but it's right also that they have to give extra attention. They feel guilty. They focus on the child's strengths, which is a positive thing also. They have financial problems is a common effect as well. So this is based on a study entitled Perception of Families, Children with Specific Learning Disorder, an exploratory study. So these are the things that they have learned from families. Families would have, sometimes they feel they have lack of information, they don't know how to handle their child, they don't know what learning disorders is or their learning disabilities would be. They have delayed identification because they are in denial that my child is like a late bloomer. It will eventually my child will learn. Some parents would be like that. So therefore, they spend more time waiting rather than going to a professional. And because we have to admit also, going to a professional is also a stigma. Like in our culture, sometimes it's still like when you go to a doctor, it's hard for them to go to a doctor because they feel like if I go to a doctor, I have a problem. But for some parents I work with, we usually just tell them go to a doctor for peace of mind because maybe your child will don't have doesn't have a problem. So we will be able to cross that out in our list. So some parents would have lack of guidance. Yes, they find a way to support the child. I'm just reading the chats again. Yes. So some parents, these are the attitudes toward the diagnosis. Some would be in denial, you are correct. Some can feel that they are like rejection would be a problem. Some parents would be on the other end of the spectrum. They would be overly involved. They would be overly involved in the process. Like sometimes they would have I know we are all teachers. Sometimes some parents would be very demanding, and then sometimes they would just tell you, can you do this, can you do that. Sometimes they also have expectations that are not very realistic. So some parents can be like that. So some parents can deny on the end of the spectrum. They are in denial. They don't want to do anything. But on the other end of the spectrum, they can be like overly involved in the process. It can be very demanding of the teachers as well. So some of them, they also have loss of hope. And then these are the burdens that perceived by parents. They have physical burden, personal, emotional, social, financial, emotional burden. So some parents would have negative emotions towards the towards the disability. However, on my personal experience, and I know some of you also are stating, there are families that if they have moved on from the emotional burden, they would be able to come up with plans for their child. So I think for me, that's the reason why I'm discussing this is because when we make plans for students with any disability, it's really important that we work with the family because the family would actually give us support. Sometimes it's true that they don't accept the child yet. They don't accept not the child, they don't accept the disability, but they accept their child. Therefore, that's one thing already. I think that's very positive if the parents are willing to work with the teachers, they would become strong partners in the program planning. So, research-based needs of families of children with special needs are the following. So, usually families would need information. They have a need for information. They want the diagnosis to be explained to them. Like when you say learning disability, what does that mean? You have to explain it to them. That's why it's also important teachers are familiar with the terms so that we would be able to explain to them. Like for example, we would say, "Oh, your child has a reading difficulty." The problem with so that we would be able to help your child with reading, we have to address these concerns first. So we have to explain to them that maybe it's an auditory problem, maybe it's a processing problem. So maybe it's also maybe you have that you we need to have exercises to address the foundational skills of reading first. So sometimes if parents have that particular information, they would be guided. And I prefer that we as teachers guide them rather them just looking for answers in the internet. Because the internet can have a lot of information. There's a lot of helpful information in the internet. However, there are also information that might not be helpful for the parents. So instead of them looking for so many information in the internet, for me personally, I would rather they talk to me. And if I can explain to them, then I would just explain to them rather for them looking for so many information that might not be very positive for them. Another need of families of children with special needs in general is to need to understand services for their child. Like this is very important, especially if the child is receiving other services. For example, if they're receiving occupational therapy, speech pathology, special ed, if they're doing if we're going to change the curriculum for the child, we're going to modify the curriculum, they need to understand why we're doing it and what are we doing so that they would be strong partners in the program. And then they would also be open to a lot of they would also be open, and maybe they would also be the ones who can give us ideas as well. So also they need support, not just support from the teachers, they also need support within their family, and they also need support from the community, because sometimes that's a problem. So they're very afraid, to tell people that their child has a certain disability or a certain condition, because they're afraid of what of the people will not support them. So or and lastly, they need to explain to other people because they're really afraid of what other people are going to say. So that's common, but these are also some things that we have to take note of. I will just read the last chat that I saw. Yes, the common effect, take more time to care for them, take time to bring them to see the doctor. That's right. So we have to really help the parents however we can. So that's what we are going to discuss today, tomorrow, and on Thursday. How can we help these families? So how can we help the student with LD or learning disabilities and their families? Of course, we have to, by providing an appropriate environment, by providing an environment that is conducive for the student and the families in any learning environment. For example, physical classroom, home, and even online. So we have to provide them with a conducive environment, conducive learning environment. So we are on our second topic for the day. It's building a conducive environment. So after discussing the definition of learning disabilities, let's move on to building a conducive environment. So what makes a conducive learning environment? Let's play a game. Find the related keywords in the puzzle and then chat. So there. So what makes a conducive learning environment? Can you find related keywords in this puzzle? Some of you are very fast in chatting. Please chat your answer. I can see positive, engagement, interaction, belongingness, support, positive, diverse, support. What else? Organized, unique, community, interaction, meaningful, safety, responsive, connections, unique, organized. So I think I would still give you some more time. Let's have one more minute. Support, positive, respect, safety. Okay, I think let's have 20, 19, community, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So these are the words that you are supposed to look for. So we have engagement, respect, belongingness, safety, responsive, connections, positive interactions, diverse, uniqueness, organized, support, relevant, relevant, meaningful. So those are some of the keywords. Maybe there are still other words that you think you can associate to associate to a conducive learning environment. So this is something that I'm not going to discuss very long anymore because this is something that's self-explanatory, and I believe that all of us have been already working and has already provided, not just working to provide, but provided conducive learning environments for our students. So there might be other words that you think can be related to conducive learning environment besides these 15 words that I have already written. Okay. So basically that's what we are supposed to do. So we are supposed to, sorry, I think it just repeated. Sorry. There. I'll just go to there you go. So conducive learning environment. So those 15 keywords that we have just written are words that we think should be that we should think of when we are providing a conducive learning environment. So when we talk about learning environment, it's not just the students, it's also us teachers and also the family. So now we are not just talking about a learning environment or space that is physical. We are also dealing with a digital space or digital learning environment. And of course, we cannot have a positive environment if we have no help from the community. So we have to make sure that the community is also with us as we build a conducive learning environment for our students, especially that our students are getting older. Now they're children, tomorrow they're already adolescents, and then afterwards they become adults. So we need to make sure that they will be prepared for a community that is also conducive for them. And we know that learning is lifelong, so even our students should also have opportunities for lifelong learning. So, and then another question, I would just want to ask everyone, and please chat a phrase or a sentence that answers this question. What does a conducive learning environment mean to you? What does it mean to you? How do you envision a conducive learning environment? Can I give time again for everyone to answer this particular question? Happy environment. I like that also. Feel safe. That's right. Comfortable and easy to adapt. Fun. Very good. Thank you. Openness. There's fun, comfortable environment. What else does conducive environment mean to you? It's meaningful, a comfortable setting for the LD kids to learn, an environment with acceptance, there's happy learning, fully accessible, there's appropriate level for the child, There are elements of studying, complete equipment. Classroom should be safe and fun for both teachers and students. It's fun and effective. The pupils can learn by themselves with teachers' guidance. It's appropriate, positive, and fun. There's acceptance. That's right. What else? Let's just wait for a few answers. There are creative ideas. Children are able to learn through play. So I will just leave that question here in the chat box. What does a conducive learning environment mean to you? They're kind, encourages interaction. There's role playing, there's question and answer, it's student friendly. Yes, so I will just leave the question in the chat box so that you can still answer it. Finding a good condition correctly to the students. So these are some of the ideas. These are personal ideas. That's why I have a picture there. This is a personal ideas for me. How do we build a conducive learning environment for students with LD and their families? Of course, we start with the right mindset. That's the first thing. We always have to start with the right mindset. Having the right mindset within the inclusive classroom and community, a mindset of acceptance and recognition of uniqueness. So, second, understanding the student with LD and factors that affect learning and identifying their and their family's needs and concerns. So, the child is really the center of the environment and the center of the program. So we have to understand them. Number three, for me, to build a conducive learning environment is that we are able to recognize their needs and concerns. And these needs and concerns are essential in the program, in the proper program planning. When we do a proper program planning, we are able to determine teaching strategies as well as proper instructional adaptations. Next, for me, a conducive learning environment is we work together in order to build a responsive, not just conducive learning environment. So working together, not just with teachers, but also families and other professionals. Lastly, build meaningful, relevant, strong, and positive connections or relationships in order to have an environment that is open to feedback and communication. For me, a conducive learning environment is where children can talk, can share their opinions, can play with us. But they have that particular sense of respect for their teachers. And then a conducive learning environment is that they know that they are safe, that we don't judge them. I think that's really something that we have to look for. So there are really games. Yes, games. And then children are happy. Even teachers are happy. A conducive learning environment can be one that is conducive if the teacher is not happy. So if we are happy and we feel safe as well in our school, um, that's something that we have to build and look for. So that's right. So let's move on to the next topic that we have. It's roles of the educator. So I think we have discussed already definitions. We have discussed how LD affects the family, and we have discussed conducive environment. So let's move on to the roles of the educators. Again, I have another question for everyone. What are your roles? What are roles of educators? You can choose one sentence to complete, then chat your answer, or you can have a totally different sentence. Can you chat? A short sentence that tells what your role is as an educator. So I believe that we are all special educators, but I still added an educator. So you can choose from any of the sentences and chat your answer. As a special educator, I make sure that blank. As a special educator, I always blank. Or as a special educator, I blank. Tell me what your role is in the classroom or what in your school. Or as an educator, I blank. I make sure no child will be left behind. Oh, that's nice. I always support. I know my student well. Anything else? I will just chat the question. Roles of educators. There's so many answers. I will just read some of the answers. Make sure that child feels safe in my classroom. I cooperate. I love my students. I always make sure that my kids are able to follow my lesson. Um, Make sure trust and students trust and are comfortable working with me. That's right. I believe in make sure to give what is best for my pupils. I always love them. Comfortable with me, create warm and effective communication and relationship with my students so that they feel safe around me. I make sure that my students are happy while learning. I make sure that I prepare interactive and fun lesson plans and materials for my students. How you have us? Yes, smile. You smile all the time. That's right. I understand well. Based on the students' needs, I love my special children, what students need to know. I teach with love. That's very nice. I will give the best for my special students. My education method is suitable and meaningful for my pupils. I make sure that my students are comfortable and happy in class. I make sure that my students feel happy, have fun games, I am fair, my students feel safe. I make sure they learn something to see their progress. I try to understand them correctly. I will gain something from what I have teach them. I always want the best for my pupils. I make sure that my students are happy. And there are so many questions there. I cannot read everything, but thank you for participating. You have very insightful answers. I make sure that my children are happy. I have researched, prepared. I will always remember to be thankful. I know my students well. I am a friend to my students. Thank you very much, everyone. So yes, and I just one more. I make sure that students enjoy learning. When they enjoy learning, the outcome will be positive. I agree. I agree. That's right. I agree that we as educators have a lot of roles. So let's just have a quick review of our roles. So basically, I wrote down some roles of us as being educators. So as special educators, we help classmates or peers understand about diversity, especially if you're working in an inclusive classroom. So in an inclusive classroom, we have a conducive learning environment for the student with special needs. And then we teach children about diversity, which encourages the right mindset towards one another. So basically, in an inclusive classroom, if our students with LD are with other classmates who are regular or typically developing, or who we call as neurotypical, these students would be able to. They need to understand their classmates. So another role of us is performing instructional adaptations. You have already mentioned it. Preparing lesson plans is one of our role. But also, if we are in a special ed situation or in special ed classroom, we have to make sure that our students with LD is able to learn and we are able to modify the lessons for them. So next, we have performing needs assessment and performing the proper planning to be used as guide. So also another wait lang. I think we have to stop that. Clear our drawings there. So I think we also as SPED teachers, we are able to perform needs assessment and perform proper planning to be used as guide in choosing the right strategies, materials, and assessment, as well as to implement proper behavioral strategies as needed. For today, we are only talking about how to plan for if a child has problems with particular academics, like particularly reading and math. But for tomorrow you will be talking about, I think Dr. Madam Nazmin will be talking about classroom management, and then the following day would be behavioral management strategies under Dr. Shai. So these are things that we are actually doing as special ed teachers. Again, Another set of roles as special educators, we implement the program for a student with learning disability. We provide an encouraging, safe, and conducive environment for our students with LD and even with their typically developing peers, both physical and digital environment. We also have proper and consistent communication with parents, families, in order to report progress, learn more about the student, and find out about arising needs and concerns. So we also coordinate with other professionals handling the students with LD so that the strategies are made sure that are implemented accordingly. And lastly, we also, I think someone also mentioned about research. Yes, one of our roles as special educators is also to conduct researches and to have higher learning as well. That's why you're attending this kind of workshop and you are attending this webinar because we want to also learn more about the strategies that we can properly implement in order for us to teach and manage our student with LD. So in summary, these are our roles as special ed. There might be other roles that you can think of and you can share with us later. But these are advocate for respect for diversity and inclusion, conduct needs assessment and conduct proper planning, implement, monitor, and revise educational program, perform instructional adaptations for the SLD or for the student with learning disabilities, build a safe and conducive learning environment, communicate and coordinate with parents and professionals, and conduct researches. So there might be other roles that you think should be added to the list. You can just chat them if you are able to think of other roles. So let's move on to just discussing about advocating for respect for diversity and inclusion. I included this in this topic because I know that some of us, some teachers are that I know in the Philippines, they're not actually very familiar with the term inclusion. So some of them, they really have no idea what inclusion is, even if our educational system, our Department of Education have already mentioned to all the have a memo and mentioned to the student to the schools that we have to implement inclusion. So I included this so that we would be just review. For some, it might be review. Some for some of us would be new for us. So let's move on to understanding about diversity and inclusion. So just a few notes. Inclusion was first used in the Salamanca Statement and Framework for Action on Special Needs Education. In that particular framework, in that particular report, it was mentioned that schools should accommodate all children regardless of their physical, intellectual, social, emotional, linguistic, or other conditions. So again, I read this in one of the chat is that no child will be left behind. So the response to that would be inclusion. This means all children, even those with special needs, learn best in environments together with typically developing or regular peers. This is the premise of inclusion or inclusive education. But it doesn't really mean that the students would be together with the regular or typically developing peers for the whole time. So we will also discuss that later. Let's discuss that further later. And then also, inclusion also states that education is for all. Thus, all children, regardless of condition or situation, should be included in the regular classroom. Children with special needs and even those typically developing benefit both in this environment. We have to remember that it's not just really for the children with special needs. Some regular classmates do benefit from this. They learn about empathy, they learn about support, they become more understanding, they become more they learn about acceptance of their classmates. So these are things that it's really a win-win situation. So not just the students with special needs, they are able to communicate with their classmates, they are able to find support, but even the students with who are neurotypical also benefit from this particular situation. So who are included? We have students with disabilities or special needs. Inclusion also means to include gifted and talented learners, even the out-of-school youth, the street children, the working children, the children from remote or nomadic populations, children from linguistic, ethnic, or cultural minorities, and children from other disadvantaged or marginalized areas or groups. So this was from the Salamanca statement. What are things, some notes that we can think of in terms of inclusion according to pbs.org? Inclusive education is based on the simple idea that every child and family is valued equally and deserves the same opportunities and experiences. According to arrsd.org, inclusion is about providing the help children need to learn and participate in meaningful ways. According to UNICEF.org, inclusive education is a child's right. It's not just a privilege. So, so that's our first. So that's the first thing. So when we, as educators, we have to make sure that children feel that they are not different. So we have to understand that all children are different from one another, and but they still have to have that opportunity to be included. So our next rule that we will be discussing is instructional adaptations. When we say instructional adaptations, so let's say the next thing would be instructional adaptation. So what are instructional adaptations? For this part, I will be just reviewing educational placements of learners with learning disabilities and instructional adaptations. So we have, I just want to know if you're familiar with this particular topic, instructional adaptations and educational placements. So when we say instructional adaptations, it's accommodation, modification, changing the content. So I just want to know, just to have a baseline of our, for this discussion. Five, can you please chat five if you are very familiar? One, if you're not really, and then three, if I am quite familiar with the topic. Four in between, two in between as well. So we have, our answers are 3 and 4. 3 and 4? Yes, 3 and 4. I will just drink water now. 3 and 4. Okay, good. I usually get a baseline for my for when I do a talk or when I do a lecture, so that I know also how to pace myself, and then so that I would know also if there are things I still think I still need to explain. So we are on 3 and 4. So that's okay. Okay, so let's move on to educational placements. Again, it's just a very quick review. So educational placement means the overall instructional setting in which a student receives his education, including the special ed and related services provided. Educational placement involve not only include the particular institution, but also the provision of services. So when we talk about educational places, it's really the institution, what services are provided for the child with special needs. For this particular situation, it's students with learning disabilities. And what are the services that teachers should provide for that particular student? So there are familiar, I hope you are familiar with some of this, or some of you would be in this particular placement. So we have inclusive classroom. So this is a regular school with a regular classroom. The students, we have inclusive classroom, regular classroom with resource room, self-contained classroom in a regular school, residential facility, center-based intervention clinic, home-based or hospital-based. Basically, inclusive classroom, the child with special needs is in a regular school and attends the whole class with regular classmates. So that's inclusive classroom. Regular classroom with resource room is still inclusive. These are all, most of these are all still inclusive because they are still in a regular school, especially it's 1, 2, and 3. So this three can still be in a regular school, but this has particular services given. So regular classroom is still an inclusive school, but regular classroom means that the child with special needs attend the regular class but is pulled out by the special ed teacher for particular subjects. Why is the child pulled out? Because the child would need to have a modified program, modified curriculum for that particular subject. Maybe the child has specific learning disability in reading. Therefore, the child would have a program for reading, and then the SPED teacher would pull out the child during reading classes in the regular class. Self-contained classroom means these are all children with special needs. So, but it's still inside a regular school or an inclusive school for that matter. It's still in an inclusive school, so it's a self-contained classroom. All the classmates are all children with special needs, but some of the students would go to a regular class, and there they would do socialization. They would just do movements or PE with classmates. So basically, when we say self-contained in an inclusive school, they still attend classes with their regular classmates, but not the whole time, maybe just one or two subjects. We have special school. Most of you, when I asked a while ago, most of you are in a special school. So basically, you only have special students in your class, in your school, and you have no regular students in your school. The residential facility is really more for the adults with special needs. So it's like all the persons in that particular facility have special needs. And then they actually live there. It's like a community. And then we also have center-based or intervention clinics, and we have home-based or hospital-based. So it really depends on the students' abilities, the students' diagnosis. I know that there are students who are hospital-based because they have a medical condition. That's why they cannot go to a school. That's why they have to stay in a hospital base. In a center-based intervention clinic, some kids would just go there once a week, but they still attend an inclusive school, or maybe an inclusive with all classmates in a regular setting, or maybe they also have resource rooms. So some of these educational placements overlap one another. Some students would be attending different kinds of classes depending on the program of the student. So let's move on to the instructional adaptations. Basically, when we talk about instructional adaptations, it means accommodations, modifications, and individualization. This is something that we have to think of because later we will be using our knowledge of accommodation, modification, individualization when we do the workshop. So instructional adaptations are changes made to the instruction in order to allow students equal access to the curriculum, in order to give students, especially those with special educational needs, the opportunity to process and demonstrate what has been taught. Changes may be done in the following but not limited to content, teaching strategies, materials, environment, and assessment tasks. I would just like to say, maybe for those who said they're not very familiar with instructional adaptations, but I think you are actually doing it already. You just don't know the term for it. So basically, when we make changes to the curriculum or to the content that we are using so that it will fit the needs of our students, we are actually doing instructional adaptation. So instructional adaptations mainly has our two types: accommodation, and modification. The third type, individualization, is something that we include both accommodation and modification when we individualize a student's plan. So basically, these are things that, if you think about it, maybe you're already doing these things already. You just don't know the terms for it. But just think about it. When you change the content, teaching strategies, materials, environment, and assessment tasks, you're actually doing instructional adaptations. These adaptations are based on the needs and concerns of students and their families. And whatever you think are the goals are that you're supposed to target for these particular students. So let's move on to accommodation. Accommodation are changes in how a student accesses information and demonstrates learning. Remember, when we say accommodation, we provide support so that the students with special needs, for today we're talking about students with LD, achieve the same instructional goal as other students. So They follow the same content, they follow the same curriculum, and do the same assessment tasks as their classmates who are regular, but teaching strategies and materials are changed. So basically, when we talk about accommodation, same content, same assessment, exams, and tasks like that, but different teaching strategies and materials. So those are kind of change for the student. Accommodations can include changes in the following: presentation of a lesson, instructional strategies, student response format and procedures, time or scheduling. Maybe the student needs more time in doing an exam. So the regular classmates can do the exam for 30 minutes. But for the student with LD, the exam is done for an hour. So basically, that's examples of changes that we are actually doing. So next we have is environment. So we kind of changed the classroom. Tomorrow we will be talking about classroom management. And then so tomorrow, I think you'll also be practicing how to accommodate a classroom for a student with special needs or student with learning disabilities as we are discussing. Next, we have also equipment. Equipment is also the changes in equipment is usually, maybe some of you are more familiar for like for example, for students who have communication disorders, they need to have a tablet for them to communicate with you. They need to have a computer. Students who are blind would have a different kind of equipment when they are learning in their in the class. So next we have assignments, structure paper, pencil work. So sometimes you have to change also the assignment, the homework for the student in order for them to work, to have the same, to be able to work on the same learning outcomes that you're expecting your students with special needs. Next we have is modifications or changes in a modifications or changes in what a student is expected to learn. So instead, in accommodation, you change how. So you change the teaching strategies, the materials, but you don't change the content. You don't change the assessment. But for modification, you change even the curriculum and the assessment tasks for your students. So basically, when we say modifications, the changes are made to provide a student with opportunities to participate meaningfully and productively along with other students in classroom and school learning experiences. So modifications include changes in the following: instructional level, content, curriculum, performance criteria, assignments, structure. Sorry, something fell. Sorry. So assignment, structure, paper, pencil work. So some for modification, you modify actually everything. You modify the child, especially if a child has severe learning disabilities, you have to change the content for that particular child. Next we have is, yes, I just want to know, have you performed instructional adaptations with students with learning disabilities that you are handling? Please chat the letter that corresponds to your answer. You can have multiple answers as well. A, yes, I perform accommodations with the students I handle. B, yes, I perform modifications. Or C, I do not perform any kind of instructional adaptations. Sorry, I will just pick up my charger, which I dropped while you are answering. Okay, thank you everyone. So good. So we are able to answer A and B. So I really thought, I think some of you who have answered 3 a while ago that you are not familiar with these terms are actually doing them already. So I think everyone is actually doing accommodations and modifications. We just don't know the proper term for it. So this is something, the reason why I'm also sharing this with you is because I also want you to know that these are things that you can actually put in your reports. So that when parents are asking, what services are you doing with my child? What are you performing with my child? So you can just tell them, why is the curriculum of my child different from what his classmates are doing? Because you can explain that these are part of the support services that the school is providing. But then again, this is always contextualized. You always have to, if there's are policies that your school is actually doing, you can put this in your report. But if not, um, better not to just put it there because it still depends on the policies of your school, your district, your division, your country, or whatever system you are in. So again, so next, thank you for participating. Next. So let's go back. Do you remember the table that we did a while ago? So a while ago, we have a table there that discusses or that talks about mild, moderate, and severe. So we already, from the definition of mild, moderate, and severe LD, we already mentioned here where is the manifestation of the difficulties of learning skills, the support services that they need. Now we are going to clarify the support services that were mentioned a while ago. So a while ago, we already mentioned that instructional adaptations that we commonly perform are the following. So for students with mild LD, commonly we only do accommodations, and they are part of an inclusive school. They usually attend all classes or subjects with regular classmates for the whole day. They may receive support services in centers or clinics. They follow the same curriculum as their regular classmates, and they also do the same assessments. So that's for mild LD. Now, for moderate LD, they have accommodations and modifications. They are still in an inclusive school because they are in a regular school, but most likely they are mainstreamed in regular classroom. That means they might not be attending all regular subjects for the whole day. They might just be attending there might be one or two subjects that they are not attending anymore because these subjects are done in the resource room with the SPED teacher. They may attend some or selected classes with regular classmates. They may receive remediation with SPED teachers in resource rooms. They may receive support services in centers or clinics, and they may follow a modified curriculum for those who are moderate LD. But for severe LD, those who are what we call as low functioning, they have, because we've already mentioned a while ago and we have emphasized that they need intensive, individualized, and specialized teaching for most school years. They need accommodations in school, home, and workplace. Therefore, what kind of instructional adaptation do they need or we commonly perform? Again, this may vary depending on the policies implemented in different countries and schools. But most likely, those with severe LD would have modifications and individualization. They may be included in regular classes for very specific subjects and goals, but may also attend self-contained special classes to develop skill set in a modified curriculum. So they use a modified curriculum, or sometimes the school will also use a specialized curriculum. What are examples of specialized curriculum? It can be a functional curriculum. It can be a functional slash vocational curriculum. It can also be a functional transition curriculum. Or it can be a transitional slash vocational curriculum. So basically, when we talk about functional curriculum, it means that there are just specific, they have just specific parts of the current curriculum for the regular students that they just do, and then it's modified already. So basically when we talk about severe LD, it's really customized and individualized for those particular students. So let's move on to a question again. One more question for everyone. So individualization for students with special needs. So basically individualization for students with severe LD. Students with severe LD may need an IEP. So the creation of an IEP depends on the policies in your school or your educational system. But most IEPs have common parts. For students with severe LD, the individualization might be more specialized or customized. So again, I would just want to ask again, are you familiar with the making of an IEP or are you making an IEP? Please chat 1 for yes and 2 for no. Or you can chat check or an X. Yes. So most of us are familiar with doing an IEP. So that's good. There you go. Yes. I do not have a two. Thank you, everyone. So for those familiar with creation of an IEP, I have another question for you to chat and answer. Can you chat one common part of an IEP? Again, the individualized educational plan have different formats. It has like different formats. But there are common parts, and can you share with us one common part of an IEP? Yes, objective, goal, medical history, that's correct. What else? Long-term objective. We have strategies, students' performance, students' disabilities, duration, resources, intervention, correct? Abilities, purpose, correct? Strategies, timeline, strengths and weaknesses, issues, child's present level, students' abilities. Who is responsible for the IEP? Correct, that's right. So these are common parts of the IEP. I think there are other parts that you have mentioned that I was not able to include here, but these are common parts of the IEP. Again, there are different kinds of formats for IEP. That's why I did not put the format because it really depends on where you are from. It depends on your country, your system, your school. So even here in the Philippines, some schools implement IEPs, some schools do not implement IEPs. And then sometimes also, even if two schools both implement IEPs, but they have different formats. So basically, IEP is individualized educational plan. That's correct. Thank you for clarifying that as well. So usually an IEP has students' personal information, background information. It includes some medical history. It also includes it can include the diagnosis, but again, because we are educational practitioners, we opt not to put that there. But however, if your school allows you to and requires you to put the diagnosis there, you can put the diagnosis in the background information. There is also a bit of family history is put there, in even school history is of school, or the background of the child in terms of educational history is also put in the background information. Services being received by the student. So maybe if the child is receiving other therapy services like OT, or occupational therapy, speech pathology, maybe if the child is also receiving psychological services, you have to put it there because it affects the whole IEP as well. So you have to put it there. If the child is receiving remediation, tutorial services, you have to put it there. And then you also have to put present level of performance, of course. So the present level of performance is indicated in terms of different academic domains or whatever domains you are using. Some individualized educational plan or program, some schools use the word program instead of plan. So some IEPs are divided, some of them are divided into developmental areas, meaning cognitive, language and communication, adaptive, social, emotional. But some IEPs are divided according to subjects like reading, writing, math. So it really depends on what your school is using. So some format it can also be different kinds of formats. It can also be targeting different areas. So you have to put the present level of performance there. Where can you get the present level of performance? Of course, in the assessment report. And then you have annual goals. Some also do not do annual goals. Some schools I know would only do 6 months. Some would do 6 months, some would do 1 year or 12 months. Some would make it very short. I work with a school whose IEP is only 3 months, a quarter. So they already have goals, quarterly goals. They have by annual goals. They have annual goals. So basically, it really depends on the school that you're working in. So from the goals, you have objectives, or some, they don't call it goals and objectives. They call it um, en route object. They have long-term objectives and short-term objectives. And some would call them en route objectives. So basically, the terms would also be this, but would be different from one school to another, but it's the same. You're just putting there what you want the student to achieve at a certain time. So basically, whatever terms you're using, you just have, it's very important that the goals, what you want the students to achieve, should be written down in the IEP, and everyone should know what those goals are. Then you have to add also your teaching strategies or the instructional strategies. You can also add here what kind of instructional adaptations you're going to do. You also have to, that's correct. So wait, I have to include that. Those who included strengths and weaknesses, you have to also put that in the PLP, or the present level of performance. Please do add that, the strengths and weaknesses. It's easier for some parents to read also if they know that these are the things that your child can do, and then these are the things that your child cannot do. So it's always easier to have things on table format, so that the parents would also be able to read it right away. These are the things that my child can do. These are the things that my child cannot do. So sometimes also some formats for IEP can be very strict. Everything should be in narration, but some do not want it to be narrated. They just do it like bullet form or in table format. So next, we have teaching strategies. What are the strategies that the schools or anyone should do in order to achieve the goals? Then you have assessment tasks. How do you know that the goals or objectives are already achieved? So basically, those are, you have to put it there also. Criteria, like maybe are you reaching like 80%? Some IEPs would have definite numbers. So they would have definite numbers. They would have like 80% of the time they should be able to do this in order for us to say that the skill is already manifested. Then you have recommendations. Related services, let's add some more, some things I have read in the chat. Time frame, correct. Thank you for saying that. Also, there's time frame, and some IEPs end with agreement. That's correct. Agreement. Who should agree? Who should sign the agreement? For some, because it's especially for other countries, the IEP is a legally binding agreement. So basically, it's a legal form between the parents and the school, parents and teachers, or the school and home. So basically, some have to sign it, so that it's kind of like a contract for everyone to say that everyone agrees that these are the goals for this child, and we should also add a time frame. So within 1 year, we will be achieving these goals, and this is what we have agreed upon. So that's correct. We have to put an agreement, and we also have to put a time frame. However, that still is, the agreement part is also, um, it's also very relative, depending on if your school would have to, does your school require that it should be put there, and does your school require that everyone signs the form. So this IEP. So basically, in other countries, it's very because they have to have an IEP. Students should have an IEP. For other countries, they need to have an IEP so that they can also they would be eligible for services that the government gives the child with special needs. So they have to add that as well. But basically, including time frame, these are all the things that you have to put in your IEP when you're individualizing. So let's move on to some notes. When you're working with students with severe LD, especially with severe LD, it is important that we know what kind of services can we provide them. It's also important for the parents to know what kind of services are being provided to their child. It is important that we can provide them with programs that are responsive to their needs and concerns, not just of the students, but also of the families. I always reiterate this because I understand also from your answers that everyone agrees with me that it is very important that we understand the child, we understand the needs and concerns, not just of the students, but also of the families. So, why does individualization work well for students with severe LD? Here are some reasons, and you may add to them as well. So, here are some reasons I wrote down why it is important that we make a specialized content for students with severe LD. Remember that according to our definition, students with severe LD need individualized, intensive, and specialized services. So why? Why should we do that? Number one, parts of the regular curriculum might be too difficult for them already. Basically, like we don't have to teach them about what are parts of the curriculum that maybe in math, for example, in math they need to learn about addition and subtraction, but maybe they don't have to learn anymore about manual computation of multiplication and division, because that might be too difficult for them already, and that's not very functional for them anymore. So basically, for students with LD, we have to also choose what are functional and what are meaningful for them. So parts of the curriculum might be too hard for them already, but what's the functional equivalent? So let's teach them the functional equivalent. That's why we have to individualize the program for them. So like for example in English, they don't really need to learn about the parts of speech anymore. Maybe they don't have to learn about what is a noun, what is a verb, but they need to learn how to put together some words so that they can come up with sentences for them to be understood. Like they don't have to learn that boy and girl refer to nouns, walk and run are verbs, but they need to know how can they put them together so that they can make a sentence. Like the boy is running. So they can, but to identify the parts of speech is not important for them anymore. So parts of the regular curriculum might be too difficult. That's why we have to modify and individualize the curriculum for them. Next we have is there might be other reasons why child is not learning, and such should be addressed first. Example, behavioral issues due to communication and speech issues. So for as I have already mentioned, we have a day discussing about behavioral issues. We also know that when a child has severe learning disabilities, it's not just all about academics. Sometimes they're not learning not just because of the LD. It's just because there are other things that frustrates them. Remember that when they're not learning, they become frustrated. There might be a lot of behavioral issues. So instead of just focusing on teaching them how to read and write and do math, but they're throwing tantrums every time, maybe we just have to focus first on the behavior, teach them about how to calm themselves first, how for them to be able to sit down first, rather than already just focusing on the reading and math. So there are actually other things that we have to address in teaching our student, and not just focusing on academics. So these are things that you have to discuss within the team. It's not just the teachers who discuss this thing and then make decisions on it. This is the proper time when you're doing the IEP or doing individualized educational program. This is actually the proper time where and when you're supposed to talk to the families, talk to other teachers, talk to the other professionals if they're available, and try to sit down and figure out what should be the goals for this particular child. So for a child with severe LD, the individualization will really work for them. And then I was not able to finish my third family wants to focus more on things that are meaningful and relevant for them. Sorry, I was not able to finish that sentence. So we do individualization so that we can work on things that are more relevant and more functional for the families. So basically, what's more functional and meaningful for for the families is that they want all families with having a student with having a child with disability or with no child with disability who have all regular children in their families. All families would want their child to have skills that so that they would become productive adults. I think that's a general rule for everyone. We all want our children to have skills so that in the future they would become productive adults, they would become independent adults, they can take care for themselves. So some students with severe LD, they might not be able to read well. They might not be able to do math well, but they can go to the market and buy for themselves. They can go to the grocery and buy. They can still ride, they can still commute for themselves and go around the community. I think those are things that are more important for a family rather than just focusing on making a paragraph or making or doing problem solving, doing very difficult math problems. Those are things that we have to really talk to the family, and that's why individualization will come in. That's why we really have to be able to identify the needs and concerns of families, understand the student really well, and individualize the program for that particular student. So I think that's why we're discussing performing instructional adaptations. This is the last part. I'm not going to go through all the roles of special educators because some of them are self-explanatory, and the build a safe and conducive learning environment, we've already discussed it. So the last part of my discussion, especially for this lot, and then in preparation for our workshop later, we will be conducting a needs assessment. What we do as teachers is we conduct needs assessment and we conduct proper planning. So what does needs assessment mean? Needs assessment is a procedure that teachers can do to determine areas of concerns for students with learning disabilities that they will handle, or even with students with special needs in general. Conducting a needs assessment can also be a good way to identify areas that families need help with. A needs assessment can direct teachers in planning for a student's program. So basically, what can a needs assessment include? It should include the student's information, it should include a quick inventory of students' performance, it should include needs of families that should be addressed. How can teachers do a needs assessment? Make use of a questionnaire for parents or guardians. This may depend on what your school already implements or what information you may need. So you can make customized forms as well. So why do we need to perform a needs assessment? To learn about the student and to build a learner profile. So we have to include there the needs, the strengths, the weaknesses, areas needing improvement, interests, learning styles, etc. We also perform needs assessment to know the concerns of the student's family in order to give them activities that they can do, which in turn will increase their involvement. Remember, families can only be strong partners of us teachers if we are able to include them in the process of planning. So when we ask them, what do you need? What do you think should we put here? What do you want to be addressed? So they would become strong partners because they feel involved and they feel that they are also important in the process. So a needs assessment can also be used as a springboard for initial planning. This is especially helpful if you are working with other teachers. So basically, when we make a needs assessment, it can be an informal needs assessment. So it can be an informal needs assessment, and eventually we can use this for initial planning. So basically, so that's what we are going to talk about for later for our workshop. A needs assessment tool really depends on your own policies and the needs of your school or class as well. The tools can be standardized or it can also be teacher made. Procedure for needs assessment can also be customized depending on the needs of your school or class. So I'm going to give you a sample procedure. This is something that we do in our school. So we perform needs assessment. Usually we don't just do it prior to the program. We usually do this every year. So basically what we do when we do a needs assessment, every year we interview the parents. We make them perform, make them answer a questionnaire so that every year we would also know if their needs are changing. Um, do families needs change? Of course. Because sometimes when the child is very young, the needs of the family is different. When the child, it will become different when the child is already in adolescence. So they have different needs and concerns. So you always have to have a good procedure for needs assessment. So basically, these are the things that we include when we do a needs assessment in our school. We determine the issues or concerns of the child and parents. So that means would be in the areas of academics, behavior, speech, sensory issues, etc. We gather data from the assessment reports of the student, especially if the student is already in your school and they have other services from other centers. And then um, part of the needs assessment, we also do identify goals of parents to help direct what can be targeted of the what can be the target of the program. But then again, please do remember some parents can be very demanding. So because some parents can be very demanding, sometimes they have demands that sometimes it's not really aligned to the goals that you're actually aiming for in your program. So you always have to come up with ways how to meet halfway, because some parents would just tell you that this is what I want, but sometimes the expectations of parents would not be very realistic. So as teachers, you also have to guide them in making proper decisions for the child. But then again, of course, at the end of the day, it's always the parents are always the last say. So therefore, we have to take time really we have to take time to guide them and to inform them properly. And lastly, determining details that can be helpful in making an individualized program for the student. So from the interview, the questionnaire, the observations that you make, those are all parts of the needs assessment. So you have to be able to figure out what can you use when you're actually making the program already. So this is just an example of a questionnaire that we are actually using. We had to change it from, this is actually now on online, because our school is all in the second school year for online remote learning. So this is parts of the questionnaire we had to change it, and then we have to include already questions that are related to online learning. So if you notice here, this is a questionnaire that we do with parents so that we would be able to identify an initial student profile. It might look different in your school as well, but this is something that we use, and these are all teacher made. So we actually added here what kind of gadgets can your child use, and then how does your child perform in virtual meetings, what is the ideal time to work with your child. So these are some of the questions that we had to add for us to be able to adapt to online learning, because we don't this like for example, what daytime is it convenient to message or call you. So we have to make sure that we are not intervening with the family's activities, because most of our parents are still working parents, and half of those working parents are still working from home. So basically, we don't want to intervene with the family schedule. That's why we have to write all those things down when we do the sit down or the online interview with the parents. So again, and then this is an example of a parental questionnaire that we do. It's like an input form. So these are some questions that we ask them. family background, describe your relationship, who among the family members are involved. Are there particular events that make you feel stressed and then you want or make it difficult for you and other family members in dealing with your child? So briefly describe. And then, sorry, I just have to get the and then you have a certain routine or schedule at home. So basically, now that it's online, you have to find out also if what the students are, what they are doing at home. Are the parents doing work from home? So we want to also find out if how can we help them organize their schedules at home. And another part of this is we usually ask them about educational background and work behavior. If you notice, there are some questions that maybe we don't need to ask every year. So it really depends on when we are working with that particular parent. So basically, or that particular student. So for this, we ask them child's academic strengths and for favorite subjects. Some questions we direct to the teachers already, not to the parents. We ask the teachers of that particular child, especially if the child is working. I'm the SPED teacher, but the child is working with another regular teacher. So we all ask the teachers as well, and not just the parents. What subjects does your child need help with? Least favorite subjects, specific concerns regarding your child's schooling, what are the learning preferences? Like if we can, the parent can actually identify learning preferences or learning style, you can actually ask them, or maybe you can just explain to them what it is. Like for example, we have visual. Is your child very visual? Does your child is a visual learner? That means the child needs to see things. They have to have drawings. They have to have diagrams. Is the child an auditory learner? Needs to hear things. They prefer to listen to recordings rather than reading. Or maybe your child is a read and write. Or most of our students with learning disabilities are very kinesthetic. So they are actually more on movements, they need more hands-on. They have to have that. You have to also put that down in your learner profile because if you're the SPED teacher and you're working with multiple what do you call it, multiple teachers, you need to have a good learner profile so that you can if you want, you don't have to explain to each one in a very long time. You just have to put them in a learner profile form. Teacher A, this is my student. Teacher A, this is teacher B, this is the student. So you can just come up with a form that everyone can look at and they already know, this student is not a read and write learner, or this student does not like reading. This student likes anime, or this student likes cartoons. So those are things that you can think of when you're doing a planning for the student. So next question, what teaching strategies methods have you tried that have been effective with your child? Some answers would be like YouTube. They just make their child watch a video tutorial, and the child would be able to learn something. So that's something that you can do when you're teaching the child already. Do you have social or behavioral concerns about your child? Is your child receiving current services? What, if not anymore, but received services, please indicate. And then these are parental and family concerns. So these are questions related to parental and family concerns. What particular skills would you like your child to achieve in the next 6 months in school and at home? Are there any other concerns that you have? What do you hope to gain from this assessment or from this intervention or service? And then these are actually some parents would really don't know how to verbalize their concerns. That's why we have to write down everything. So this is I've learned through the years that even if a parent has attained a very high educational background, but sometimes when they talk about their child, they really do not know what words to use. Have you experienced that also? Like these parents are like, I work with parents who are CEOs of companies. I have worked with parents who are professionals But when you talk to them and ask them about their child, they really do not know how to verbalize it. They get really, parang they get really confused when they talk about their child. Maybe it's because they get really emotional about their child. So sometimes when we ask them, what are your concerns about your child? That's why we have to write down everything so that they can choose, and maybe it will make them think about other things that may be of concerns of them towards their child. So these are things that you can ask them. Are these concerns for you? So improve academics, school performance, improve work behavior related to schooling, learn computer skills, learn to take care of self at home, learn house management skills, improve language and comm skills, improve overall behavior, lessen inappropriate behaviors, learn functional skills related to daily activities, become productive and learn skills for leisure, learn skills that will be needed for work in the future, learn skills to help him or her go around the community. So there are other concerns that you can also add depending on what situation you are in right now and whatever needs you have in your own school or community. So next part, third part of this 3B, still on the third part, still under parental family concerns. Will it be possible to have the whole family to be included in the plan that will be developed for your child? The reason why we ask, will it be possible? Because some parents really do not have time for them to be involved in the program, but they are very accepting of your recommendations. So we have to respect that also. We have to respect that not all parents can really have time to be involved in the program. However, they will listen to you if you give them some recommendations. So the answers can be a yes or a no. Yes, we will be able to execute activities for our child, so that means they're all participative and they can be involved. And then you can also be the one to give them the schedule. Yes, they can participate, but they need to have a certain schedule only, which the parents can actually tell you. Yes, but only the following family members will be involved. Like for example, the daddy is really working, the father cannot be involved because he's very much working. Or sometimes we also have to understand this is the during our time, maybe the parents of the child are frontliners as well, so you also have to consider that as well. And then maybe they can just say the sister can be involved, or the brother can be involved, or the cousin, because we have the extended family members are in our house as well, so maybe they can be involved. So but then but you can also have to respect that the answer can be a no. We prefer that the program be implemented by my child's teacher. Maybe the child has a regular teacher in school, or maybe the child also has a private tutor in school at home who goes to their home and teaches the child. And we also have support services. Maybe there's a learning support teacher. So maybe the parents would just say, no, we cannot really handle the child at this moment. And then these needs are already mentioned a while ago. Remember when we talked about how LD affects the family? You can also put that in your questionnaire. I have a need for the following: need for information about my child's condition, need for behavior management, need for teaching my child, need for explaining to other people, family members, or my family needs have a need for understanding services my child is receiving. So that for this part, you would be able to know also what kind of activities for the families can you make for your school, not just for the child. Maybe all the parents, like let's say when you asked all the parents about learning disabilities, do they really understand what learning disabilities are? But then they said 90% of them said we need to understand, we need to have information about LD. And why not come up with a webinar or a face-to-face online seminar, or online face-to-face seminar, just talking about LD. So that can actually be part of your program in school, so that the parents, for them to, our assumption is if they understand what LD is, they would be able to understand their child better. And for the next parts, some of the parts here are all in Filipino. Sorry, I was not able to. There's English as well. So this is just a quick inventory of skills. This can be completed by the parent. or you can complete this with a parent, or you can complete this with another teacher. So with another teacher, this is just a very quick inventory of skills. I know that you have a lot of reports, you have a lot of forms that you do, but what we opted here is we want everything to be just in one form. So we have parental questionnaire, we have a quick inventory of skills, we have reading, there's just this reading. These are the common goals we have when we make an IEP for a student. So we have reading. I'll just move quick. Reading, math, language, and then we have the computer skills, self-care skills, social comm skills. I'll go back. So we just have here, some parts are in Tagalog. They're all in Tagalog. I will translate. So we have on the reading, we have here reading readiness, reading single words, reading comprehension. So basically, we have here an expected grade level. So expected grade level is where we will compare the child. So maybe the child we're working on is grade 9, but we know from past reports that the child is performing at around grade 3 to 4. So we will compare the child's skills with the child's expected grade level based on the performance of that particular child in the past school years. So we give a 3 points, 2 points, or 1 point. 3 means and nakakasabay. That means performs at par with students of the same grade or age level. So at par, NKT, nakakasabay ngunit kailangan ng tulong. That means the child can perform with that particular grade but needs help. HN is 1 point, hindi nakakasabay. That means the child cannot perform at that particular grade level in terms of that particular skill. So we just do a 3, 2, 1. So if the answers are like that, so we gather information not just from the teachers, not just from the parents, but also from the teachers. Or maybe if there are other caregivers, we also ask them about the child's performance, or based on our own observations as well, because we are the SPED teachers assigned to that particular child. So it's the same thing. We have math, but for under math, we have math readiness, number sense and computation, math problem solving, functional math. If you notice, the form is not just for young students, but it's also for elementary, and even it can also be used for adolescents. So we really designed the form to target a wide range of students, so that when there's only one form that we're using when we do a needs assessment for a child in whatever grade or age the child is in. So we have a quick inventory for skills for learning and academic skills. Under language, we have general knowledge and comprehension. These are kulay is colors, hugis is shapes, gamit na magkakasama, things that go together, bahagi ng katawan is body parts, quantitative concepts, positional concepts. Answering questions involving practical situations. So basically, nasasagot ang tanong ukol sa mga gamit sa paligid. It means can answer questions about things around him, community helpers, and different situations. Language skills are receptive, nakakasunod sa panuto instructions, can follow instructions, especially in worksheets. And then spelling, nakakasulat, writing skills, sentence composition. So it means nakakasulat, nakakagawa ng pangungusap. It just means can write and make and construct sentences. We have quick inventory for work behavior. So work behavior is attention span. Nakakapagbigay pansin na akma sa gawain, attention span. Can attend to activities in an appropriate time span. Can follow rules. Can do tasks right away. Natatapos ng maayos. Can perform tasks according to time given, sinisiguradong tama, can review things before submitting tasks, does not bother classmates or teachers when working. And we also have just a very few skills under social comm skills, can ask questions, can give opinions, can say feelings, can say needs or wants, computer skills, and then self-help skills. So basically, that's the whole questionnaire that we do. We have a needs assessment. This is for our school. So this is what we do. We do a teacher-made assessment. This is also what I teach in my college classes when I teach assessment and in development of IEP. So the what we do is based on the answers of the parents or the teachers or whoever we ask, we just write down in a summary table what their priority areas are based on 3A, what their need statements are based on 3B, and what are the which of the quick inventory of skills have the lowest percentage. So we did a three, but we have a point system. So for the point system, we got the percentage. So which of the areas have the lowest score? So that's the priority area for that particular student. So that's what we do. It can also be very different in your school, but that's how we do it in our school. So I'm sharing our practice in our school. Maybe you can also share what you do as well. So do you perform, I just want to know, do you perform needs assessment in your school already? Even if it's a different procedure, I just want to know one for yes, two for no, or maybe you can just react for a check. Yes, good. Maybe we can also share our needs assessment later. Maybe it's a different type of needs assessment, but it's good that we are all doing needs assessment in our school because it's something that we are supposed to do so that we would be able to understand parents and students as well. So I think I still have, yes, I think I still have 15 minutes. Can I have
Yes,
one or two who can raise their hand and share with us? Who wants to, can you share with us how you perform needs assessment? I still have 15 minutes before we take a lunch break, and I think I can have someone to share with us. Let's do some sharing. Who wants to share how they are um I can't see the raise hand function. Who wants to share? Um how do we say this? I think the person who has unmuted already is, do I say this correctly? My Myo Swe. I will stop sharing first so that I can see. Uh, can you raise your hand? Who wants to share? How did they do needs assessment? Maybe we can just read the chat po. In our school in Putrajaya, did I say it correctly? We need assessment from the OT. Okay, we do the assessment from the assessment form as the teachers and the parents. Okay, good. So there are also other professionals that maybe we can have some sharing with us later. Just to give you an idea of what we're going to do for later. I'll just go back to my presentation. I would just like to know first if the second slot discussion was clear for everyone. Again, may I just have can you just tell me if it's a yes? Clapping hands for yes, it is clear and I have no questions. Thumbs up for it is clear but I still have questions which I will just chat. And then heart reaction would be there are things I did not get, but I am okay. I have no questions. And then no, if it's a wow or anything, can we just have, I am confused and I still have questions, I will chat later. May I just know your reaction so that I know if my discussion was clear and I hope, thank you for those who have shared that the information is very helpful. Thank you. I hope I have given you some good ideas which you can also use in your school. And I hope that you would be able to use these practices as well. Thank you very much. I know that we are all doing IEPs. We've all been doing assessment already, but still there are things that maybe we can still improve our practices. And I think this is what is good about this kind of activity. It's good that we are able to share our practices, which so later we are going to have a lunch break first. But before we do a lunch break, I just want to we are going to have a lunch break at 1 up until 2 o'clock. We will begin at 2 o'clock for our afternoon session. For our afternoon session, we will be having a plenary first. So basically po, you will come back here at 2 o'clock up until 2:15. I will give you the instructions for the workshop or for the sharing. Basically, it's really a sharing of practices. And then at 2:15, 3:30, you will be divided into breakout rooms. After which um, you will be doing the workup and sharing. You will be performing a needs assessment and initial planning. I will be giving you some cases that you can work on. And then at 3:30 to 4:30, we have a plenary again. So you have to come back at 3:30 for this because you're going to do some reporting. So reporting and reminders for day 2, and then we will close day 1 for today. So basically, that's what we are going to do for today. Um, we will have some lunch just so you know. Wait, there. So I will be giving you the instructions for later. Is it okay that it's just, what time is it? It's 12:50. But if you have questions, please do chat them. And then I think I'll just give you an hour. So before we start at 2 o'clock, at 1:50, I will start answering questions. So if you can, just be earlier a bit because we will end the day. We're already ending at 12:50. Please come back at 1:50 if you have questions so that I can give some time to answer questions. Just chat your questions so that I know what you're thinking also, and then I can clarify some things. Just please chat them and I will answer them at 1:50. So with that, happy lunch everyone. Please chat your questions for our second slot discussion, and if you still want to ask some things about our first slot discussion, that's okay. So I will be answering questions by 1:50, and we will be giving the instructions by 2 o'clock for our workshop brainstorming for this afternoon session. Thank you. So I'm going to discuss with you first instructions for the workshop or sharing. I will do so up until 2:15, and then by 2:15 you will be automatically divided into breakout rooms. And then from the breakout rooms, you will only have up until up until 3:30 to work on the presentations that will be shared with you. So in the chat box, I shared the 4 links. If you notice in the chat box, you have 2 links. There's a shorter version, there's a bit.ly version, and then there's the long version. Both can work. Sometimes people can't open bit.ly links. So just click on the longer link. So we have 4 groups for later. We will come back at 3:30. So for the reporting, and then we will end we will end by 4:30. So these are the instructions for the workshop. So basically the brainstorming is just like a sharing of practices that we are already doing in our schools wherever we are coming from. So remember that in the last session, last slot, we have discussed about needs assessment, and then here is the sample procedure. For those who are asking for the copy of the presentation and the assessment tool I shared, the PDF of my presentation will be shared to SEAMEO SEN. SEAMEO SEN will be sharing the presentations, but I know you have to be able to complete the 3 days before they share with you our slides. So the assessment, the sample questionnaire I shared a while ago is already in my slides. So please do attend the 3-day session so that you would be able to have all the presentations. For the brainstorming, our objective is just to share activities and practices that you may be using already in your own schools, which are based on the cases that I will give. So even if you do not have a case like this or a student like this in your school, still, I think the questions are still very functional, and this is something that you can also do in your school if you don't you're not doing this kind of needs assessment or initial planning in your own schools. So the instructions would be for the breakout rooms, you will be automatically divided into 4 breakout rooms. For each breakout room, a Google Slide link will be shared via the chat box. Click the link so that you can participate in the workshop or sharing. Please do assign a reporter. We hope, or someone can volunteer as a reporter. If someone can just volunteer as a reporter for every group or room, that would be better. Please do not be shy since we are all teachers. Reporting will be done by 3:30 in the afternoon, and then each group or room will be given a maximum time of 10 minutes each. So for the reporting. So if we start at 3:30 exactly, we end around 4:10. So we still have time for the reminders and a little bit more of feedback from everyone. So you may just go to the activity that you want to answer. The activity I will be sharing with you also. I have 5 minutes. Feel free to ask me or your moderators if you have questions. I will be going to the breakout rooms in a while as well. So this is our supposedly our activities for today. So we will be reporting later. Please do have, if someone can volunteer to keep the discussion rolling, that would be also good, and that person should can also be your reporter or your leader for that particular group. If you are in breakout room 1, the slide presentation should have a background of color blue. If you are in breakout room 2, it should have a background of color orange. You will be working, both breakout rooms 1 and 2 will be working on a case. The case would be Angel. So that the reason for this is that you're working on the same case, is that we can have more sharing and more activities. Let's see if you have similar or you have different activities, answering the activities that answering the questions that I have posted in the presentations. If you are in if you are in breakout room 3, you should have a purple presentation. Breakout room 4 should be in the yellow presentation. So you will be working on Remy. Basically, Angel has reading difficulties. They have profound both Angel and Remy performs really significantly lower than their current grade placement. Angel has more reading difficulties and Remy has more math difficulties. So again, did not include the behavioral issues because we will be discussing that on Thursday. So your the first slide, I'll just go through a bit of the slides. The first slide that you will be seeing is that there's a case number, breakout room, group number, and the instructions. Please write your name and country on the next slide. So there will be a table for that so that we would know who are in that particular group. Read the case given and attach excerpt of the child's assessment report. Choose an activity slide where you may add your answers. You can add a text box accordingly. So this is the case 1 for Angel. This is just a summary of Angel's issues. So this is a summary of a write-up on Angel. So she has language-based learning disabilities and she has a problem. Her difficulties is more on reading. So this is an excerpt from her reading assessment. You may just read it, and then has 2 pages for that. So these are activity 1. You can choose any of the activities that's on the presentation. You don't have to answer everything, but if you want to answer everything, I think that's fine. But you just need to answer just any of the activities. You have 4 activities for every case. The first activity is you just need to complete the table based on the written report I have given. The questions would be basic information, what components of reading instruction are deemed concerns based on the assessment report, what are areas of weakness or areas needing improvement in reading, what are concerns that are raised by Angel's parents, what are skills that Angel is good at, what are Angel's interests that can be used in her program. So activity number 2 for Angel, what are functional activities that you can recommend in order to help Angel's parents teach your child at home? We are focusing on functional activities. It can be logical answers. It can be just something that you've been doing already in school. So you can just answer this, or you can answer activity number 3. What are recommendations that you can give to increase Angel's motivation towards school tasks? Activity number 4, how can Angel's family make use of their child's interest in anime and read it, in improving reading and writing skills? Please give recommendations or even activities. So the next case would be Remy. This is Remy's background. Remy has profound difficulties in math. She is grade 7. She performs grade 1 to 2 level only in math. Actually, she's actually grade at this. This is a real case of a real student. So she is performing 5 to 6 grade levels below her current grade level placement. You can just read it, and then this is an excerpt from her math assessment. Complete a table based on the written report. So these are the questions for Remy. Basic information, again, what components or skills of math instruction are deemed concerns based on assessment report? What are areas of weakness or areas needing improvement? What are concerns that are raised by Remy's parents? What are skills that Remy is good at? What are Remy's interests that can be used in her program? So first, activity 2, please give recommendations on how to address Remy's math anxiety. Please give activities that what activities can the family do in order to encourage Remy in performing math tasks? How can the family and the teacher make use of Remy's interest in baking to improve math skills? Please give recommendations and additional activities for them to use and implement. And activity number 4, what are other functional activities that you can recommend in order to help Remy's parents teach your child at home and increase math skills? Basically, you can just choose any of the activities and the presentation. I think that's it for me. We can now, I have 3 minutes before we divide the whole group into breakout rooms. Do you have any questions? So this is how the presentation looks like, just so you know. There. Okay. I'll just stop sharing. I'll share again. There. So if you are in group breakout room 1, this is the blue one. So please do put your name and country in the table below, and then please read the cases. Then after which, you just have to go to the slide that you want to answer and then share your ideas for that particular slide. You can add text box or you can add a table for it. I did not put the text box anymore. You can also add pictures if you want to, add pictures. And your moderator, if the questions the answers do not fit anymore, just feel free to duplicate the slides. Any questions?
Any questions from the participants?
And
This
if
is the best, best person and the best time to ask. Because later, please don't ask me because I may not be able to answer precisely like what Prof. Sally wants. So please ask Prof. Sally directly on what's expected.
And if ever you have time, if ever you finish early, if ever you have finished early, I will just share I have I would want to ask everyone to please answer our Padlet. So I will share this again. If you finished early, just in case you finished early, please go to the Padlet. We will share this in the chat box as well. Please go to the Padlet link for our checkout activity. We just want to know what your takeaways and reactions for today. You may use the sentence starters that I gave, but you can also just put your own opinions.
All right.
So we will also use this for our checkout activity later. Okay, well, everyone is coming back. So welcome back, everyone. Thank you for participating. I know even if we have not been talking much in our own rooms, but we could see that the icons are all moving in our Google Slide presentation. So we are now on our reporting. We are now going to report. Each group is going to report. I will be the one to share the presentation for each one. And then I would just want to have a volunteer from every group or every room to read answers or the responses of your whole group. Can anyone just raise your hand if you want to be the one who will be reading for your group? Please don't be shy. And for those who have not yet put their reactions, takeaways from this, from day one of our discussion for today, please go to the Padlet takeaways link that we have shared in your chat box there. So good job. Thank you again for participating, everyone. So let's move on to our, So please do, I will just have to reshare. There you go. I think there. Okay, everyone. So we're going to read some later in a while. So, but can I have, who is going to report for group 1? Can I have a raise of hand, please? Or just turn on your audio. I need to see everyone. Group 1. Please introduce yourself as well. I do not want to read your names because I know I'm going to make a mistake. So please do introduce yourself. Whoever is going to
Maybe
just
group, Prof, maybe group 1 is not ready yet. Maybe we can start with other group who
yes,
volunteered to
who
start.
wants to among the groups who wants to start? You can just read the answers of your group mates. No
Yeah.
need to explain. But because I think the answers that we have gathered are actually very, very good as well. Group 1, group 2, group 3, group 4.
Any volunteers to start first? Or raise hand. Puan Salama.
Yes.
Puan Salama Abidin. Yay. Thank you, Puan Salama. Puan Salama, which group are you from?
From group 1.
Oh, group
Group
1.
1.
Okay,
All right.
Puan.
Thank you very much. I will be the one to present. So let's just move on to for those who want to find out what is the case of the other groups, you can just click on the link. The Google Slides presentation is available for you to read. So we will just move on to the case. Where do you want to start, madam? Let's start with the
Do I have to read the case
um,
again?
um,
No, right.
not really. So it's okay. I
Okay. Activity 1.
Okay.
Proceed to activity 1.
Yes.
Basic information about the student are already there, and then the component of reading instruction are deemed concerned based on the assessment report. First one is difficulty in reading, beginning consonant, and then error in reading by omission, repetition, substitution, and inserting of words. Then unable to understand the story given due to difficulty in reading. Comprehensions need to be read out by reader. And the last one, level them by their performance level of reading. Okay, what are areas of weakness or areas needing improvement? Angel has a poor in identifying appropriate medial short vowel, and then unable to identify object with different beginning sound in a set of 3 pictures. She need to be improved in reading and writing, need to practice in oral reading, need to give instruction in a simple phrase. Okay, all of this is in activity 1.
So the next would be, what are concerns that are raised by Angel's parents?
Okay. Angel's parents concerned about her reading and writing skill. So the parents want her to improve her reading skill and writing skill. Also, her daughter was unmotivated as well as showing disinterest towards school. And then also has difficulty in daily living tasks. What is this one? So they have to motivate her child by using the skill that Angel good at. The first one is she is good in digital drawing enemy characters. So Enemy can be used as a platform to enhance Angel to read and write. Keep what's Angel good at, such as drawing, in the program.
All right, thank you. Let's go to activity 2.
Okay, functional activities. This one is recommendation in order to help Angel parents teach their child at home. This one is done by my colleague. The first one is introducing phonetic, maybe by listening to phonetic video or songs, educational songs. Number 2 is reading aloud the comic with her or the storybook, given her interest in anime. After that is using audiobook. And the last one is make anime team book for her and read together, since she's good in anime, in digital drawing. Yeah.
So let's have activity number 3. Still in activity number 2. They still have other recommendations. Madam, please read.
Yeah, I think some of the activities overlap.
Yes.
Keep on repeating, yeah. So number 1 is using look and say method by showing and naming the pictures. And then using big book for storytelling at home, and keep on drilling to her to answer comprehension to any story given. Like the parent should telling the story, and then keep on question and answer to her, so that she can stimulate her brain to process all the story given. Okay, number 3, create an anime team short storybook together. She can make her own storybook by making a short sentences so that she can understand. Angel also can use non-words as beginning. Number 4, let her giving 10 new words to increase her vocabulary every day. So this one should be given every day, depending on what, for example, if she is going with the parents to the park, so let her to say any words which is she see at the park. Okay, for example, seesaw, flowers in the park. But the parent should correct his pronunciation if she omit the first sound or end of the sound. And then practicing to pronounce the blending words and consonant digraph by letting her to sounding the letter. And the last one is practicing in basic writing.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. And then let's move on to activity 3. Recommendations that you can give to increase Angel's motivation towards school tasks.
Okay. This one, what should the school do, how to increase her motivation. So the first one is give rewards to Angel if she managed to submit every school task. And then if she can't finish the work, the parents can help her to complete the task at home, and then create fun activity to attract her interest. Then provide a variety type of tasks, including digital, online, and hands-on. Giving her an easy word or task that will make her confidence. Teach her from easy tasks to difficult tasks. That's it.
I agree. I agree that this is very important how we schedule the activities. So we start from, you usually call it hamburger method. You start with easy, difficult, then easy again, so that we can build on the success first. These are very good recommendations. So moving on, we still have other recommendations, madam. Reward, I think it's
Using by reward, yeah.
yes.
And then provide activities appropriate to her ability and tolerance to progress from time to time using enemy teams, since she's good at that. And then create fun activities, offer varied experiences, giving her a simple and achievable task to increase her self-confidence, since her level of learning is in kinder 2, right?
Yes, around that time.
Very low, yeah.
Mhm.
And then make the classroom comfortable with interesting pictures. Use a positive reinforcement, and then allowing Angel to work or learn with other students with the same interests. Break down any activities given into a small task. Introduce her with task analysis. Yeah.
Right. And for the last activity, number 4, how can Angel's family make use of their child's interest in anime, arts, and computer in improving reading and writing skills?
Parents should support Angel in anime. The first one, she can create her own anime series and then draw her own anime character by digital drawing, and then improve her writing skill by write her own story through her own imagination and interest, and then make as illustrated writing books and anime team. Second one is parent can work with Angel on an anime or art project. Then maybe make anime team book can improve her writing and reading skill as well as her motivation. Entrepreneurship by producing anime team products is also an advantage. Handmade handicraft or artwork as souvenir for family members, friends or teachers for any celebration using anime team as a trademark. This one can motivate her to learn more. Parents join support group to get ideas, opinion or experience, sharing with parents who have similar issues to help Angel effectively. Okay, that's, I
Yes.
think.
I think we still have one more slide, madam.
Oh, okay. Okay, encourage in her digital drawing by giving her better gadget to improve in her drawing, or take her to participate any kinds of digital drawing competition. Yeah, this one is
Right.
the parents should do lah, because of her ability in digital drawing. And then encourage her by using anime teams to improve his writing skill, reading skill, and also her imagination with guidance. Proper guidance should be given to her, and then give her advice to attract more people read her own anime character. Must have good story by using good words inside the story that can be inspired to others.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, madam. Thank you for reading for us.
Okay.
Thank you also
Okay.
for Blue
Welcome.
Group. Let's give them a virtual applause
Okay.
for the Blue Group for great job, everyone. So good job. So I think we have already good insights and good ideas how to help Angel, and I really like it that it was that they were able to come up with activities that really focus on the interests of the child. That is really one thing that we have to always think about when we're planning for a child. You have to think about their interests, what can motivate them, what can be other reasons that might be hindering the child from learning. So group 2 is also going to also work on, group 2 also worked on Angel. So I know that even if you're working on the same case, there might still be different ideas, or there might be some ideas that could actually enhance the ideas that were already given to us by the blue group. So let's move on to orange group. So who is going to read for us? Can we just please, well done again, group blue group. Who is going to read for us for orange group? Or if the other groups are also ready, you can just chat first who wants to read for the other groups. So who is next? So Angel, again, while waiting for someone to volunteer to read for us, again, Angel is someone who has reading difficulties. Her problems in reading is about 3 to 4 grade levels below her current grade placement. She has very low motivation in reading and writing, but she's very interested when it's something that's anime related or Japanese cartoons related. So let's go to orange. Who wants to read for orange, for purple, or for yellow? Then just turn on your audio, turn on your mic, and then turn on your video, and just tell us what group you are going to report for. I will count 5, 4, 3. How about the purple group? Let's move on first to Remy before we talk about Angel again. How about for purple group? Who wants to read? You can just shout or raise hand. I don't know why I can't see the raise hand. Sorry, wait, I can't see the raise hand. There!
Agnes.
Yes,
Agnes
yes.
C. Sophie.
Hello.
I just saw.
Hello.
Hello, Madam Agnes. You are on Ma'am Agnes. What group?
Group 4. I'm in group 4.
Or all right, so let's move on to Remy. Remy is a child who is a little older than Angel, and she lags by 5 to 6 grade levels in terms of math difficulties. So I think that's it for Remy. So basically her problems are math, and then they will be introducing Remy to us.
Yeah.
Like,
So from the slides, we know that Remy, who are now in her grade 7, I check on the Google that grade 7 in Philippines are in at her 12 to 13 years old.
and
And then at this age, she cannot perform those mathematical tasks. And from the basic information, we found that she manifests severe difficulties in the math tasks. But however, she likes to do baking and she wants to become a baker in future. So what are the components of skills that math instruction that that deemed to be concerned based on the assessment report? So we found that she has difficulties in recalling mathematic facts, and then also to perform the computation and solve, and this end up having this problem solving involving different math tasks. So she is able to read the number but unable to write them appropriately. And then from the accept, we found that she is able to do addition, and then in fact she can do all the additions problems correctly, but she's still learning how to do subtraction, multiplication, and division. Yeah, so the areas of weakness and the areas that need improvement, we found that she needs to improve on the understanding of concept of 4 basics operations, as well as the keywords related to it. And while she has the problem, while she has difficulty in writing out the story that she likes. Oh, another thing that aside from baking, she also likes to storytelling, but she just couldn't write out the stories that she likes. And then again, she has this difficulty in writing numbers, and then So my member said that writing the numbers can be replaced with graphic and charts. And here's we found that we need to improve her confidence levels and mindset when doing mathematics. Yeah. So in activity 1, we want to find out what are the concerns raised by Remy's parents. So as I mentioned just now, Remy wants to become a baker in the future, but and I feel that parents are concerned about her future. If maybe if she likes to bake and she wants to become a baker, but if she is not good in mathematics, and this might hinder her from achieving her ambition as a baker in future, although the parents actually want to build a bakery for her. Yeah. So what are the skills that Remy good at? So again, she is good in baking and telling stories. And she is now able to solve mathematical problems in the range of second and third level, and as well as solving addition maths problems. Yeah. So what are the Remy's interests that can be used in her program? Here we talk about baking, and also she likes baking and telling stories, like how telling us how to do the baking procedures.
Ma'am Agnes, before you move on to activity number 2, I just want to say this is an actual conversation with the parents.
Oh.
A real student of mine. Actually, the parents really want her because they think Remy is good in baking. They want her to become a baker in the future. So it's actually
Yeah, we have some recommendation for her.
they really put that in there. That's what sometimes what we encounter as teachers. Sometimes the expectations of parents can be really big. So there's really this part. This is how we need to like meet halfway as teachers. I think some teachers would also agree with what I'm saying. Sometimes the expectations of parents can be really high, and then this is the abilities of the students. And then as teachers, we have to be able to meet halfway. So I think this is one example of that. Thank you for pointing that out. So let's move on to activity number 2.
So after we have brainstormed, and then we have shared these practices by my dear group members. So we are talking about the Remy's math anxiety. So based on the case study just now, Prof mentioned that Remy's will cry whenever she has these maths task to her, which is some kind of task avoidance. And then we will ask we will brainstorm about what the activities can the family do in order to encourage Remy in performing the mathematics task. So here we have to, in order to improve her mathematics performance, could be that relaxation training changes to the classroom atmosphere, for example. And then mindfulness exercises that could result in Remy's perceiving that her teacher is less threatening and more responsive to her. And this might lowering her math anxiety and eventually improve her math performance. So there are others recommendation where family member can try to offer Remy some rewards, which is something that she likes, in order to motivate her to do the mathematics task. For example, can give her a star when she can complete a mathematics task, and then after completing 5 tasks, like she have accumulated 5 stars, and then she can get a baking tools as a present. Some physical things that she will like. And then like you mentioned just now, the hamburger concept.
Yes.
Yeah, we always start. We should always start with these easier mathematics tasks, and then gradually increase the difficulty level. And then in the beginning, let her succeed in doing the easier task, like the addition that she is confident with it. And then when this will help her to gain her confidence in the in the mathematics class lah. Then whenever she managed to complete a task correctly, she managed to do a mathematics question correctly, we should encourage and praise her. And then to these are the positive reinforcement, and then prepare her for the higher level of mathematics tasks. For example, okay, Remy, well done, very good, you have done this question very well. So now we're going to do a slightly harder questions, and then you just prepare her that, okay, now we're going to do a slightly harder question, and then let her be prepared in mind. And then I believe with more and more hands-on activities with her, yeah, slowly she will like be more interested in maths, and will increase her increase her ability in maths. Yeah.
Next. Track 2 activity. Were you done already? Sorry. Yes?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so number 3.
Yeah, brainstorming about and sharing of practices. How can the family and the teachers make use of Remy interest in baking and storytelling to improve her mathematics skills? So here are some of our recommendation. Still, we encourage her to bake more, and then promote her bakeries, her cakes and buns through the social medias like Facebook or IG, and then let her have this baking tutorial, and then in another we encourage her to sell and help her to sell those products that she have made. So here I have a recommendation that is to help her do the video recording while she is baking. And then, like just now we mentioned that she likes to to storytelling, so perhaps she will like to introduce her ingredients, things like that, and then the recipe, to read out the recipe. So in another way she is implementing the mathematic into her storytellings, and then by bringing her to the bakery shop, that she can learn more on how to buy the ingredients of these the ingredients that are needed to, and then let her know that it's very important to learn mathematics if you want to continue in to becoming a baker in future. And here we can improve her skill of weighing the amount of the ingredient that is used to do baking. So the reason why we want to promote her in the social media is like to let her have this joy of sharing, and perhaps from there slowly she knows the importance of mathematics in order to achieve her ambition. Yeah.
Yes, I do agree with that. We have students who graduated from our vocational baking program, and they have their own Facebook pages. Try to also use that Facebook page. We did the Facebook page that we did was when they were still studying with us. It was in private. So we practiced doing captions for their products in our Facebook page. So we did the Facebook page for when they were studying. We did it like private first, and then when they graduated, they were already handling their own pages.
Oh, that's very good. You see,
And
because she likes to storytellings. I believe that she will like herself to be presenting on the video, on especially like we have social media
right.
like YouTube, so the video when it is shared among on the social media, I think she will find joy in sharings with.
That's right, I agree. And for activity number 4, what are other functional activities that you can recommend in order to help Remy's parents teach her child at home and increase math skills?
Let her we suggest that to let her to try to do the daily activities that involve counting. For example, counting and paying at the money at the cashier when buying the ingredient at the supermarket. So Remy's parent can do simulations, shopping in the bakery shop. So of course we can't let her straight away go and buy. We need to scaffolding her, and then she can always join parents to do shopping, and let her observe how parents do the paying, counting, things like that, and then allow her to do hands-on activities involving baking and relating activities with the vocabulary, including mathematics. And then Remy's parents should involve when she is doing the baking, and then keep on telling her these are the ingredients, and emphasizing to her, you know, when doing bakery, right, especially doing cakes, you know, the amount of ingredient is very important in order to create, I mean, to produce a successful cake. You know, how many grams of the baking powder, you know, how many eggs. So she couldn't like she can't make mistake in this, and to let her know that it's very important to have the accurate measurement of the ingredients. Yeah, in order to, I believe if she likes baking, she will take note on these, you know, the numbers and the figures of this ingredient. Yeah.
Yes. And lastly, Ma'am Agnes,
Uh,
let me say,
I believe it means let's Remy do the paying at the counter,
yes.
not counting the money. When you have a bakery, you definitely need to learn on counting money, you know, making profits, things like that, you know, ordering the ingredients. And yeah, so she is like at grade you know, like 12 to 13 years old. We need to prepare her to, you know, to achieving her dreams in future.
Thank you. Thank you, Ma'am Agnes. Thank you very much. Thank you for the yellow group. Thank you for participating. Let's give them a virtual clap for everyone. So there you go. Thank you everyone. Thank you for your presentation. So let's move on to another presentation. Who wants to volunteer for the other groups? So we still have the orange and the purple group to report. We might have different kinds of activities. We can still have other activities that you can recommend. Good job, great group 2. Let's have, how about orange? I will just, please raise your hand if you want to read for your group. Who has orange and purple? Don't be shy. I think we're all teachers. So let's have orange and purple, please. So we have orange still, orange on Angel, and then purple on Remy. So are there activities? Do you have the same activities? Do you have different activities? May I ask, who wants to volunteer for orange and purple? Anyone else who would like to volunteer? Wait, I will just look at your, there, Ma'am Luningning Godoy, yes, from the Philippines. Hello po. So I believe Ma'am Luningning is on purple group. Opo. If you hear me sometimes, I am putting that po every time I speak. It is because in the Philippines, when we use po when we put it all the time in our sentence. It's like respectful, so I cannot really take it out sometimes. Okay, Ma'am Luningning.
Yes.
So again, the purple group discussed about Rennie as well. So let's go to Ma'am Luningning. Do you want to discuss the hair there? So let's all discuss again what they have shared with us. So maybe they were able to bring up other
This is the
things.
collaboration of Purple Group, Group 3. The basic information is Remy is grade 7 and attends inclusive education. Remy has difficulty sa basic information, difficult recalling maths, facts, performing computation. Remy has not yet mastered and naming place value up to 100,000. Become anxious performing tasks related to math, able to read numbers with place values up to 100,000, but can't write them appropriately. Difficulty in solving word problem due to limited vocabulary and language of math. Difficulty to understand abstract concepts and understanding concept with direct learning using concrete objects. So the concern that raised by the parents of Remy's, she is disinterested in performing math tasks. The skills that she is good is Remy likes to do hands-on activities such as baking and storytelling. Remy interested can be used in her program, social story or hands-on activities such as baking. Two recommendation on how to address Remy's math anxiety. Number one, saving money activity, give rewards and praise for good work, using calculator when Remy do math. Teach her to bake and do simple math in preparing what she wants to bake. Example, one cup of flour, one half of sugar, etc. Use picture sequence card. Use a color instead of the symbol. For example, the plus is red and the minus is blue. Encourage Remy to play math puzzles and games related to her interest, baking. Create interesting stories behind math problems. Find an interactive worksheets such as live worksheets and quizzes. Always report Remy's activities and assist in doing the task.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. May I just point out one thing that stands out for me. So I think it's really good that you are able to integrate the use of calculator. Sometimes when a student is already adolescent and the student is really having problems in math facts, as long as the student, let's build on their knowledge of how to use the math calculations. But sometimes it's really unnecessary for us to teach the child to do especially higher computations manually. So it's also good that we have incorporated using calculator and also the use of visual cues or visual cards. So sometimes they don't really know how to do how and half. They don't really need to explain to us anymore what one half is, but they just need to identify one half, one fourth using measuring cups. So I think those are things that stands out for me in this set of recommendations. So let's move on to activity number 3, recommendations for them. How can the family and teacher make use of Remy's interest in baking and storytelling to improve math skills, ma'am?
Okay, the recommendation to the families, number one, use measuring tools during baking to count the ingredients. Create her own YouTube channel to share and tell others about her baking activities. Guide her to tell the amount, quantity, measurement of every ingredients needed for every recipe. Family teachers can ask Remy to count what ingredients needed to bake, such as flour, chocolate, chips, sugar, butter, eggs, etc. Make a simulation of selling the cookies, etc. to improve her maths and both counting things and money. Especially get involved with school activity. For example, program like Content Day. Teacher can conduct Entrepreneurs Day, which require Remy to prepare and sell her pastries and cakes by herself.
Thank you. I like Canteen Day and Entrepreneurship Day. I think that's really nice activities. Let's move on to activity number 4, ma'am.
Activity number 4, functional activities that you can recommend. Number 1, integrate calculation and baking activity. Example, practice making chocolate drinks together by counting the scoop on it. Role playing, like buying and selling, like playing, they play. Spell game, emphasize on number names and other mathematical terms. Number 4, hands-on activities that involve mathematical activity. Example, count the step he needs to walk from point A to the kitchen in a day and write it in the refrigerator every day. And number 5, using concrete objects.
So, thank you very much, Group 3. Thank you, Purple Group. Thank you, Ma'am Doningning Godoy. Thank you. Let's give a round of applause to Group 3. Thank you. So let's have last group. Who wants to read for Group Group 2, orange group. Who wants to volunteer? Raise your hand. Please click the raise hand icon. Before we end, please go to our Padlet link. Please click on the Padlet link, everyone, so that you can share your takeaways and reactions. In a while, after Orange Group reports, we will be reading some of your comments. So anyone from Orange Group? Anyone from the Orange Group? 5, 4, 3. Yes, Madam, may I, can you please turn on your audio and your please turn on your mic. I think the first one who volunteered was Mahida Muhyiddin. Did I say it correctly?
Majidah Muhyiddin.
Yeah. Thank
Yeah.
you. So let's move on to. Thank you. I already said please do correct me if I read your names improperly.
Yeah, it's okay.
Apologize for that. But thank you for volunteering. So let's move on to Orange Group. So I will skip this part. So this is all about Angel again. So let's start here. Madam Majida.
Okay, first of all, I would like to thanks to my teams because they share a lot of inputs here. I don't know if I merit all of it, but I try. Okay, so the basic information about the students is her name is Angel, and then she is 12 years old at the grade 6, but her performing is 4 to 5 grade below at the current grade. So now she's received learning in inclusive class as well as pulled out by the supportive teachers or SENA teachers, or okay, and then been given by modified curriculum as well. And then she's also receiving speech pathology services. And then about the concern from the assessment report, she has a poor phonological awareness. She's still unable to differentiate beginning sounds, even though she's given 3 pictures and able to read consonant blends and digraph. Has a poor fluency in reading, poor vocabulary, and able to read words like eat, short vocabulary as well. Poor comprehension, can only answer 2 out of 5 questions accurately. But when she is better to answer the question when someone reads for her. Okay, and then spelling, she is unable to spell words with consonant and long vowel sounds. And then for the weakness, I can see the full slide. It's, I can.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I can see the full slide.
I will just do this one. I will just change the. There, I think I will just change the font size.
Okay.
Okay. So there we go. Is it better now? Yes.
Right. All right. Okay. Where are we just now? We're at the areas needing improvement, right?
Yes.
Okay. So she's her weakness is on the beginning consonants and need improvement in short vowels. And overall, she need to a lot of working in reading for her understanding. Okay, for the next question is the concern that raised by her parents. She has a difficulties in reading and writing, and she also have a lack of interest in school and demotivated in learning. And then she also has difficulties with daily living skills or daily living tasks. And then for skills that she's good at is she like anime cartoon character, some things that relate with art maybe, and then any things that comes with visuals, she's really love it. And then she boosts her confidence, learning to read and write, following strategies, more using visual. Okay, and then in terms of interest that can be used for her program, she's strength is most probably using visual as well as listening skills. For reading, it will help Angel better to be introduced in using sight words reading. And then since her interest is more in anime or Japanese cartoon, maybe she's like searching topics that related related what she want to read at the internet. And then she also good in digital drawing of cartoons. Okay, and then for the second activity, the functional activities that we would like to recommend her in order to help her at home for our parents to teach her, using the child's strength and interest in visuals. Seems she's more keen to learn visual, using picture flashcard to enhance learning and memory. Use iPad application to learn new words. Okay, and then maybe with iPad, she can search or listen for a new words from the video. And then learning new words by listening and looking at pictures, maybe with a flashcard. Okay, and then playing games that involve body movement, learned by doing. And then play a game, for example, like when going to eat as Angel, where do you want to eat? Burger King or chicken rice? I feel hungry already. So eat and repeat it. And then this way she can learn day-to-day words, okay? Use file, folder activities and task card to match words to pictures to practice reading comprehension and generalized knowledge. Flip or flashcard consists of letter and pictures. I think it is same with the previous test before. Fun games and play outdoor.
And
I can.
I will read the last one. There's voice typing or writing, sand
Yeah.
tracing, and practicing spelling like CVC or CVCV words pattern. So that's the last. I think the slide did not show it. So let's move on to other examples. So they still have other functional activities. Ma'am, please read.
Oh, there's.
There's a
Okay.
lot. So you were able
Yeah,
to read a lot.
it's okay. My group is very productive, by the way.
I
Okay,
agree.
then
I agree.
okay, then still we are still in the activity 2. The simply daily tasks that Angel can perform, for example, taking dishes to the sink, use presents as reward and motivation for Angel to do more. Next is show Angel the process of doing specific daily tasks using pictures. Maybe this is what we can call this is task analysis. Okay. Okay, and then personal care skill using task analysis, social story, forward chaining, backward chaining. And then fourth, word games, expand Angel vocabulary with word games. Okay, and then maybe with the word, the parents can ask Angel how to pronounce it correctly, and then recreate a word from the a sentences from the word. Okay, and then songs, aside from harnessing their musical abilities, songs also help Angel learn new words. Pronouncing words by picture of or flashcard followed by music, sing a song together.
Let's move on to number 3. So activity number 3. Activity number 3. What are recommendations that you can give to increase Angel's motivation towards school tasks?
Okay. This is our recommendation to give Angels motivation. Okay, number one is among the activities that may help is including by giving a card consists of pictures and at least one capital in order to guide her. And then we can give Angel differentiate activities that suit her interest for her to be motivated in doing her school tasks. Make sure that the task given is achievable, so it does not affect her motivation towards school. Use rewards to encourage her to learn more. Since she is like matching activities, lots of activities will be given, such as puzzle, matching word with pictures, read and search the object, provide her with game that is fun and active. As an example, reading a word card and ask Angel to find the item in the room. Okay, and then modify the given activities which motivate her to continue to finish the task provided. And then allow her to express her feelings through art to find out what she likes and know about going to school. This is to address why she don't want to go to school. Okay.
Right. The last number 10, Madam, I will read. Allow her to write few sentences, can increase the sentences when she shows improvement. So these are all good recommendations. I hope everyone else are also taking note of. So I think they have added a lot of ideas for us to do, as well as adding to the first group for Angel. So let's move on, Madam, for the activity number 4. How can Angel's family make use of their child's interest in anime, arts, and computer in improving reading and writing skills?
Okay, since her interest is more to anime, arts, and computer, we would like to recommend that she can create fun activities that involve her interest, relate the word with pictures, use reading materials that can encourage her to read, example, anime comics, family time, watching television, use subtitles, and encourage her to read together with family. Parents can give Angel interactive language game, orally or writing. Can also allow her to create a comic book by herself. But starting, she can copy and drawing dialogues that she have, and then with that, it will be increase her creativity in drawing as well as confidence in writing, and then create some equipment that helps, and she can choose to anything from the equipment so that it will make her happy and enjoy, such as create the videos with the music, and then enrich sources from all over the web so that her interest grows. Number 9, write dot. What is that? Sorry.
Prof. Sally, we can't hear
You're
you.
muted.
Yeah, you're muted, Prof. Sally.
Sorry.
Okay.
I am not sure if the number 9 is a complete sentence, but if anyone wants to clarify, we still have one more slide before I give my final thoughts about the recommendations. Madam, please read as well.
Oh, okay. And then to improve her reading and writing is through word color recognition. Also provide her with graphs or line structure for her writing improvement. And then can use some comic books or manga series which have simple words for her to recognize and read, and then can use the words to serve as sight words together with pictures, and then familiar with her and practice or drilling it daily. We also adding fun videos. And then give her book with the words or syllabus written in color code, using color code, as well as consists of interesting and bright pictures of her favorite anime. Okay, and then can use word processor to help the child to complete the work, less spelling errors. It means to help the child identify the correct spelling. Okay, and then allow her to do notes with drawing of what she are learning instead of just writing.
Yes, I do believe. Thank you. Thank you for Orange Group. Thank you, Madam.
Okay,
Thank you
thank
for being
you.
for
Thank you,
us.
my group. Okay.
And congratulations, everyone. Congratulations to all our groups for today. Thank you for participating in all of our activities. I would just like to again thank everyone for presenting, for participating. So good job, everyone. Let's give everyone a round of applause for participating in our activities for today. And I think I will just share my keynote again. So good job, everyone. Thank you for participating once more. I would just like to appreciate how much everyone has helped in completing all the presentation. And I think you have also given us a lot of recommendations. You have shared with us practices that everyone practices that you can use in your own classrooms and schools. And but before I end today's session, I would just like to encourage everyone to share your takeaways and reactions. I think I will be sharing that slide. So let's read just a little bit more of what you have shared with us in our Padlet link. Again, please go to our Padlet link and please do share with us what you have learned today. Did you learn something new? Did you learn something that you really agree upon? Are there things that you still want to learn more about? So maybe I will just share a random comment. So I will just share a random comment. Maybe I will just choose any comment here. Insightful sharing. Hi, I am Agnes. Oh, this is from Agnes from Malaysia. I feel glad that I was given this opportunity to learn as it helps to refresh and strengthen my knowledge, especially about IEP. Also today, sharing about the role of a special educator gives me more insights on how to perform instructional adaptations to benefit my students. Thank you as well. I'll read one more. You can just go to the Padlet and read also the takeaways and reactions of our participants for today. Yes, I would like to thank the team of SEAMEO. Yes, I am also very thankful for the team of SEAMEO SEN, for doing this activity or this webinar. It was such a big experience for me, such a good topic. I have learned a lot. Thank you. I'm Irene Jeromo from the Philippines. Hello po. Something new I learned today is about the status of severe LD, that they need intensive, individualized, and specialized teaching, not just in school, but also at home and at the community. Something that I will adapt in my own class are the different teaching strategies and materials in accommodating our LD pupils. I learned from the discussions the specific learning disorders that need to be detected early so that proper intervention must be given. I think I want to learn more about how to make the learning environment. Thank you for the very informative and meaningful topic. So tomorrow and on Thursday, you will still have some more other topics to learn about. So I will not read. You can just please go visit the Padlet link so that we can please share with us your takeaways and reactions. And if you also still have some other questions, you can also put it there. Like maybe tonight when you're thinking about your notes and then you're reviewing your notes, you have a certain question, you can also add it there so I can see it and maybe I can comment on it and then I can answer you as well. So just for the last part of my discussion, again, I would want to do a checkout for our third slot discussion. So I know that everyone has participated really well and I thank you for that. I just want to know if you have questions. Was the third part clear for us? Even if we had some technical issues, but that's okay. It just shows that we are all very resilient and we have to thank and appreciate our technical team for doing their best and really just showing us that they are very capable of helping us for today. So was it clear? Yes, please do any icon that you think. Yes, thank you very much. So it was very clear. I hope you can also do this with your co-teachers at school. You can just randomly brainstorm different activities. You can just ask your teachers what else can we do to help this particular child. So basically, that's what we want to do. We want to collaborate, communicate, and try to think about a particular student. That's why we did that breakout session. Thank you as well for listening and participating. Thank you for staying with me for today. So I am truly grateful. We spent a very productive day. I do commend everyone for staying and participating. Thank you as well for sharing all your best practices as well. Have a good day and keep safe, everyone. Thank you.